All right. On this sunny day on January 24th, 2023. And it is my pleasure to call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. And we have Pastor David Cook of Cold Springs Community Church in the house with us today. So good morning, Pastor Cook.
Good morning. Good morning, board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to lead in prayer this morning. Would you pray with me? Dear Heavenly Father, you are good. And I thank you for your goodness, your kindness, and your provision in all things. And I thank you for the beauty and the prosperity of the place that we call home that daily pours out blessings upon us. And I pray that you'd open our eyes to see the goodness within and around so that we can share with others. I come today with a heart that's heavy with the mind-numbing violence in our state of the last 3 days. Lord, have mercy on us. Father, I thank you for Sheriff Lyckoff and Chief Wren, as well as the women and men who serve in all of our law enforcement throughout the county. I pray for wisdom and strength and courage to stand against evil in our world. We know that evil only needs to plant the idea through others' actions to see it spread in others. And I pray for protection and peace over our county against any ideas of violence that are planted by the acts of violence that we've seen throughout our state. In this time of new in our county with new leadership on many levels, I pray for understanding and unity that will serve the citizens of our county the best. I pray that you would give those in this room and around the county the wisdom and courage to make decisions beyond self-interest, but for the best for all. And I pray especially that the most vulnerable in our community, the young, the old, the weak, the poor, would be kept in the hearts and minds of those who lead us. And I pray as well for the men and women around the world serving to protect our freedoms and protecting those who stand for the ideals of this nation. Watch over them, remind them they are not alone and they are not forgotten. Encourage the loved ones they left behind and give them peace. And I pray that you would that there would be peace upon each of us all this day. And may you use us to be a person of peace in our world. I pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
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 Thank you, Pastor.
Dave.
That's such a lovely way to start our day. Appreciate your invocation. And with that, I'd like to invite Supervisor Heidel to join and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. That's also a great way to start our day.
Absolutely.
And with that, we are at the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. I will start to my right. Supervisor Lane, do you have any changes or comments?
I have no changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Heidel,
No changes?
Supervisor Turnboot,
No changes.
Supervisor Parlin.
No changes.
All right. And I would like to make a couple of comments. On consent item 2, it is great to see the initial feasibility of the biomass site in Camino moving forward. Consent item number 21, just grateful for all the volunteers who have made an interim shelter possible, especially with this year's horrendous storms for those that are most vulnerable in our community. So gratitude to EDOK and Housing El Dorado. And consent item 25, which is a report that has outlined the emergency road repairs. Just express our deep appreciation to our road crews and everyone that has been working to mitigate the results of these horrendous storms. Their efforts from the West Slope all the way up to South Lake Tahoe that has been hit so hard is so much appreciated. So with that, we are at public comments on the consent calendar. Does anyone have any comments they wish to make at this time? Once again, this is on the consent calendar.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Items 2, 4, 5, 9, 14, 19, 20, 25, and 44 by addendum. This is of 35 consent calendar items. Item number 2, Phase 1 fatal flaw analysis of potential site of the biomass cogeneration facility, Sierra Pacific Industries, Camino former sawmill site. There is a SP letter of interest that's attached to that item.
Yep.
I support all of these. Number 4, SB 844, El Dorado County Recovery, Rehabilitation, and Reentry Facility, Placerville Jail Expansion Project, Mitigated Neg Deck. Addendum 1 and 2, this is approving the project and improving a project and the parking lot expansion. A 1,000-gallon propane tank, 2 small generators instead of 1. This is a 54-bed jail expansion, 2-story, administrative and staff rooms, medical and mental health facilities, expanded inmate program areas, mechanical, electrical, and janitorial rooms. The project redistributes the existing inmate population. Item 5, purchase of the building and property at 3883 Ponderosa for approximately $5.4 million to relocate elections department and subsequently relocate the juvenile courts to Building C. Item 9, accept grants from the California Parks and Recreation off-highway vehicle funds for the Rubicon Trail and Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor totaling $411,000. Item 14, renewed delegation of the fiduciary authority to the treasurer tax collector to invest and reinvest county funds. Item 19, Supervisor Thomas recommending a proclamation recognizing January 22nd to 28th as the School Choice Week to raise awareness of K-12 educational opportunities. Item 20, Amendment 2 to existing agreement with, I think it's Aegis Treatment Center for a maximum of $1.6 million for opioid treatments. That's an existing program that's being added by Addendum 2. Item 25, Director of DOT as road commissioner receive and file the 2022 storm report update. And then 44 is the NeoConnect broadband work that we so desperately need. And that is an addendum 4 to that agreement. So all of these I support. Thank you.
All right, thank
How
you,
did I
Chris.
do?
You did well. There's a lot on our consent calendar. Anyone else in the boardroom wish to speak on the consent calendar?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kim Beal.
Hi, this is Kimberly Beal, and I'm speaking on agenda item 25, the storm report. I represent my mother's property on the corner of Cold Springs Road and Richards Boulevard. And the culvert there failed during one of the storms, and the buildings flooded with from 4 to 6 inches of water. Who do we call at the county to report this and see what kind of timeline the county has for fixing that area? That is not one of the properties on the report before you. And secondarily, do you know if for these kinds of floods, if FEMA or some other emergency program is available to help with the financial costs for this outcome? Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. We'll get that answered after public comment.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. So it's Tiffany, it's a pleasure to have you today as the interim CAO or the filling in for Dawn today. Yeah. Any response to that? Questions on
With
this?
regard to
Who do they call?
the culvert damage, yeah, I think
Who do
that
they
would
call for
be
records?
DOT. And perhaps we can get, I think I have Kim's information actually, so I can get her that contact.
Okay.
And they would go out and determine whether or not it was on private property or within the county's
DOT
right away.
number.
And
Brian's here.
I see Brian right here.
Who?
He cares.
All right, come
And
on, come on down, Brian. Thank you for coming. And Brian Mullins from DOT.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. The culvert under Cold Springs Road there at Richardson was overwhelmed, too much water. We don't know of any known failure at this time. As the water continues to recede, we do have that on the list for a future inspection to get through the entire culvert, make sure that it hasn't been compromised in any way. But that's the report on Richards.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can't imagine how busy you've been. Thank you so much for all
Yeah,
your work.
we appreciate
Yeah,
support.
We do
Thank you.
appreciate it too. And then as far as FEMA assistance, our county has not been approved for individual assistance at this time.
That's correct.
Are we still under consideration by the state of California?
I would have to check with that.
Okay, because I have not heard either, but you have to be approved by the state of
Mhm.
California to receive individual assistance, and so far we have not been. So,
Yes.
all right. All right, so back to the board for action on the consent item and approval of the agenda, adoption of the agenda.
Move to approve.
I'll second it.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes 5-0. Now we move on to department matters. Number 35, Kim.
Item number 35 comes from the Planning and Building Department, Cemeteries Division, recommending the board receive and file an update to the work plan for administration of El Dorado County managed cemeteries.
Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair, members of the board, Chris Perry, Assistant Director of Planning and Building. Also have Julianne Melchor with me here, who works on our cemetery staff. As Kim just noted, the item before you today is receive and file on the Cemeteries Division updated work plan. We'll go through a few other topics related to that as well. So just a couple of quick notes to kick off this conversation before we dive into some of the highlights of the work plan. I just want to note that the work plan itself is a discrete set of tasks and projects that are a supplement to the daily annual workload that the Cemeteries Division does. You're not going to find information on selling plots or marking plots or burial services. You're not going to see a lot on maintenance, which we'll talk about in just a second, or any of the crossover work that still does occur between cemetery staff and our airports division staff, because they're both very small divisions. So there's still some crossover there. These are normal duties that are continuous as opposed to one-off or extraordinary projects that are listed on the work plan. So just kind of setting the foundation of what you're looking at when you're looking at this work plan, because you might be scratching your head wondering why some things are on there and some are not. So in particular, I want to begin with the issue of regular maintenance at our cemeteries. Cemetery staff are acutely aware of the challenges we face in maintaining our cemeteries. It's our expectation that the cemeteries are maintained and meet expectations of the public and exceed expectations of the public and folks that visit these beautiful spaces and visit their loved ones there. There have been several challenges that have caused these expectations not to have been met over the past several years, including staffing challenges, inability to enter into contracts for maintenance, lack of a robust funding source in late rainy seasons that cause extra growth that we weren't expecting. Generally, we kind of dry up around April, early May-ish, and last year we had rain into June. So we had an extra round of growth that we had not foreseen. And sometimes that happens and we have to plan for that. Despite these challenges, staff have worked closely with our facility staff to leverage any options we have available, including use of facility staff and the services provided by Growlersburg. Growlersburg are very affordable and they're an effective option for large scale maintenance of our cemeteries, but they're often called away to do all sorts of work around the state, including fires. During fire season, Growlersburg is in very high demand because they're very efficient and there's a deep need for their services when active fires are occurring across the state. So we also organized a volunteer cleanup day at a small cemetery that was deeply needed, was deeply overgrown. And it was a positive turnout from the community and helped make for a successful cleanup in that particular cemetery. But we're cognizant that you can't effectively run a maintenance program based on volunteers. That's not the policy we've said. It's not, I know it's not the expectation of your board, but it is a tool in our toolkit to try to get, again, extraordinary types of cleanup at our cemeteries when needed. So 10 of our 17 cemeteries are maintained by our facility staff. Just kind of setting the stage here. The partnership between them and Growlersburg will remain one of the most powerful tools we have. Growlersburg came in and did Placerville Union in roughly one day. The Placerville Union is, as you're well aware, a very large cemetery and one of our flagship cemeteries. As for the remaining 7 cemeteries, negotiations are ongoing about contracting with the OE3 union. So more to come on that issue of contracting. So staff are looking holistically at the needs identified in the work plan and our regular maintenance program. And we'll address these budgetary needs during the course of the FY 23-24 budget process. So in the coming months, we're going to have obviously more conversations about what the holistic program looks like, not just work plan items, but obviously that regular maintenance that we need to bring us back to a homeostasis at our cemeteries. So kind of moving away from the maintenance issue and kind of going into, I guess, a little bit of, again, going through some of the background on the cemeteries. It's always good to refresh. And there might be some new information that you pick up on. So I'll just go through this real quick. Again, we manage 17 cemeteries. 8 of those cemeteries are active, as in we're accepting burials in those cemeteries. Again, facilities maintains 10 of them. We're supposed to be contracting for the other 7. We do pull volunteers when we need to. The division also sells plots and crypts and niches and makes arrangements for burials, performs research to provide information on public queries, and information about previous burials in all of our cemeteries. So that's kind of the day-to-day operations of the division. We assist with 2 advisory committees. One is the Georgetown Zone of Benefit Advisory Committee. So 3 of our cemeteries are in the Georgetown ZOB. The rest are overseen by the Cemetery Advisory Committee, the Countywide Cemetery Advisory Committee. Of the 17 cemeteries managed by the division, we hold title to 13 of them. We're still working through quiet title processes on the other 4, in addition, potentially 1 or 2 more that your board will hear about or has heard about in the past. County Council expected those to conclude within the next two or so years on those quiet titles, hopefully right into 2025. We're currently tracking roughly around 2 FTEs. I say roughly because there's still crossover between our divisions, but just to get a sense of the number of staff working across these challenges. We're pretty unique in El Dorado County for the number of cemeteries we see. It's unusual to have 17 cemeteries overseen by a public entity that's not a separate district. And this is going back to a conversation we had a few months ago about a countywide zone of benefit, of which we did not establish. So in that regard, we're mostly relying on general funds, not surprisingly. Our revenues are pretty small with what we sell. It's about $34,000 of a $355,000-ish budget at the cemeteries. I should note that there are 2 other cemetery special districts. One's in Kelsey and the other one's Happy Homestead in Tahoe, Supervisor Lane. So we're managing more cemeteries with few staff, but we have been trying to figure out how to marginally increase our revenue outside of a zone of benefit. And that's one of the things we had talked about. Some of this won't be new to your ears, but we're trying to increase the visibility of our county cemeteries through joint marketing efforts. We just updated, it was Diamond, right? Diamond Springs or El Dorado on the website.
Oh,
Yeah. So El Dorado. So we're going to go cemetery by cemetery on our webpage. We're trying to create informative, interesting content that we can direct folks to from a tourism perspective. Because as we're all aware, our cemeteries are incredibly interesting and full of history based on where we are. And folks are genuinely interested in learning about the county through cemeteries. So we're working through that effort. It's been something we've talked about, the advisory committee. Some of that work is occurring right now. And we hope that through that increased tourism, you get additional types of revenue that, and again, marginal types of revenue that will come in from that kind of interest. Also, just developing additional services at our cemeteries, adding niches, ossuaries, in-ground cremains plots, and just different types of offerings that folks are looking at right now. So you'll see a couple items in the work plan about doing that type of development at a couple of our cemeteries. And of course, we're still in the process of updating our fee schedule. In the coming months, hopefully the next 2 or 3 months, your board will hear from NBS, our consultant, about the fee and nexus study that the Planning and Building Department has been working through for the last year plus. Of course, involved in that will be a look at fees on the cemetery fee schedule. So more to come on that. Don't have any quick flashes of insight quite yet, but we'll get there on that one. So stand by for that. The last thing I'll mention is we are commencing a new benchmark study. And that's another item our staff will be working on. The benchmark will be We'll show comparison between other cemetery districts and or public entities that administer cemeteries, just so we have a look at what other jurisdictions are doing and how we compare to them. It's important to have that benchmark in addition to any insights that NBS, the consultant, might be able to offer us. So we're trying to work aggressively to tackle some of the backlog items. Some of that you can see on the work plan. I would hesitate to go line by line through the work plan. I know you all had a chance to look at it, but I would just say that there are some highlights looking at the work plan, and you can see some of the work, some of the deferred work that we were able to get done, at least in this current fiscal year. Task items 1 through 4 were all items to improve cemeteries, including railings, missing asphalt, signs, simple things like purchasing, installing plot location signs. For a member of the public who shows up to Placerville Union for the first time and they're trying to find their way, that can be a daunting excursion for them. So getting those plot signs in there, while it may be a small thing, was very important for wayfinding within that cemetery. But with the stronger storms we've been having, we're seeing a lot more downed trees and tree branches, and we're lucky when they just hit a fence and not headstones or an ossuary or something. We've been pretty fortunate in that regard, because you can quickly run up a pretty hefty bill if something hits a structure or some of these very old headstones that need to be replaced. So we're looking at that holistically in the coming budget and making sure that we're appropriately plussed up on that side to deal with those types of contingencies. But the work with Buried History and Save the Graves event, and I see Mike Roberts in the audience, so he may comment on this as well. It's going well. The Save the Graves event in October went very well. It was well attended. There's a nice little chunk of change to do some projects, and again, Mike might talk about that. So I don't want to steal his thunder. And the other thing is kind of proactively advertising cemetery services, and our staff went to and put together a trifold, has been sharing it with the senior center, who have expressed interest in county cemeteries. I know it sounds like we're advertising, but that's, when we get those requests for information, it's great to have those tools to share with folks who are interested. A big one coming up is revising and updating the cemetery ordinance. There are a few pieces in that ordinance that just don't make sense anymore, and we intend to bring you an update by the end of this fiscal year, so end of June. So we'll be working here in the next coming months with the Cemetery Advisory Committee on that. I know Julianne's been working on a draft. And additionally, we'd like a management and operation plan for each individual cemetery. So we have an idea. We know what our workload looks like. We understand what our work plan looks like, but kind of digging down even further and just identifying if there's any special needs for each of the cemeteries, because they each have their own idiosyncrasies about them, and just identifying what those needs are. At a basic level, it's maintenance, weed removal, making sure things are not on headstones, trees, branches, things of that nature. But there may be other things, such as a project at Mormon Island, potentially paving aisleways and paths to make it a little bit more attractive, that would be unique to that cemetery that we want to capture in a management plan. So that's another effort that we have commenced, and we're in the early stages of putting that together. And then you'll see in the out years, task 26 on fiscal years 24 through 25, you'll see a lot more building niches. There's an item here about repairing and replacing a watering system in Placerville Union. That's still kind of up for debate. We don't 100% know if we want a fully green cemetery Placerville Union, but that's certainly a conversation we want to continue to have. Paving aisleways, new sections of Georgia Slide Cemetery. You'll see these things on there. So again, didn't want to go through every single task item of the work plan. I know you have a lot of business today, but just some of the highlights that illustrate kind of where our thinking is as a division, and how it can relate to the overall program. So I'll go ahead and pause there. I know I kind of touched a number of subjects, so open to any questions you guys have.
Thank you so much, Chris. And recognizing that this is not an action item before the board today, it is just a really helpful update, especially in preparation for upcoming budget season, and delighted to see that we have some more studies that will be coming to help inform the board as to where we need to go with cemeteries. So this is a great start. So I will be entertaining buttons. So I don't know who was first, but all right, District 4, Supervisor Parlin.
Thank you, Chair. As the board's appointee to the Cemetery Advisory Committee, I really appreciate this work plan, and there's a lot of good stuff on here. And I'm really excited about hearing that we're going to be talking during the budget talks about the future maintenance and how we're going to tackle that, because that's been an ongoing issue for years. So looking forward to that conversation. Be ready. And I think that what you hit it on the head there, Chris, when you said about people that, go to our cemeteries, either there's folks that are interested in the historical value, because there's so much there. When we were at Cold Springs on that cleanup, I'm telling you, every time I started pulling weeds around one of those headstones, you just start thinking about the families and their story. And there's just something about it. I love our pioneer cemeteries here. So I did want to ask though, because I don't see it on here, and maybe I think our last meeting was canceled because we didn't have a quorum. So I've lost track, but where are our bylaws? Because they're not done, and we've been working on it for, I think, a little too long.
I think I just need to send it to the county council and.
Yeah, Julianne's telling me they're done. They need to be reviewed by county council before we bring them back up.
So they're on the works. Okay, because there
Yes.
were some things in there, I think some great revisions we were
Yeah.
trying to make to help with our meetings and all that and quorum. So thank
Great
you.
point. Yeah.
Good to
Yes.
know.
Yes.
And I think that's it. Just like I said, very supportive. I think the board, we all value and also the maintenance and the safety when loved ones do go visit. That's utmost importance that our cemeteries are safe for visitors. So thank you.
And attractive.
Yep.
Yes. Thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Supervisor Turnbooth.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for bringing this forward today, Chris. Our family cemetery goes back, way back in the early 1900s. In fact, it was purchased in 1908 for $10 in gold. We have a corporation, a nonprofit organization. We take donations, and we do have bylaws. I am the president of the association. We have a vice president. We have a secretary, a treasurer, and also a sergeant at arms. And then there's also 4 board members also that interacts with our cemetery. We do our own cleanup 4 times a year. We do that. We get out there and do it. And we take donations from family members. One of the things that I would think would be really good if we could utilize Tribe Fire, especially with some of the cleanup that needs to be done on these cemeteries. I think it'd be a good thing because they've been out there during these storms, helping property owners and stuff with down trees and also with sandbagging around people's homes. So I think there be a great organization. We can do it. I don't know if it's legal to be able to do that, county council. I'm reaching out to you a little bit here, but I think it would be a good resource that we could use and utilize.
Okay. I appreciate that. That's a really good suggestion. We can look into that.
Okay.
Thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, having investigated Find a Grave and having researched some of my personal family history and stuff, what I found is that oftentimes there's a picture of the monument on the gravesite. And if I had ancestral history in El Dorado County and I saw a picture of a gravesite that was badly in disrepair, falling apart, and there was a request to provide support for funding to help reestablish that gravesite, I would have written a check and sent it in, knowing that there was no cemetery district. I don't know if we have the ability to tap into that search stream for Find a Grave when it clicks in something in El Dorado County, but I do believe that might be a source of some small amount of revenue from family members who look at it and say, I can't accept that. These are my relatives. I want to do something to make that a presentable gravesite.
Mm-hmm.
And because I've talked to other family members about it, and it's the same kind of thing. Fortunately, in my case, there is a cemetery district where my relatives are largely in rest. But it just occurred to me that if we could tap into that and really understand who's researching these things, maybe there's a a way to appeal to them to get some additional funding to try to restore and bring back some of those badly decayed grave sites. Because I visited some of them and you know, they're in such a state of disrepair and we don't want to touch them. But if a family member is donating money, there's almost an implicit, hey, we want to improve this.
Sure.
Maybe we can encourage them to contact other family members. But anyway, just a thought.
Sure.
thought.
I appreciate that.
Great.
That's really helpful.
All right. So I think we're ready for public comment. Before we go there, I just would like to acknowledge all of our volunteers and the folks involved in Save the Graves. That is such a unique event that helps bring to light the richness of our pioneer cemeteries and the depth of our history here. And just could not maintain these cemeteries without those dedicated efforts, and really appreciate the collaborative partnership. So with that, I think we're ready for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 35, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Good morning.
Good morning. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Joseph Connolly. I'm a retired Coast Guard veteran from El Dorado County. I didn't realize this agenda item was on the agenda today, but I want to speak about it because I'm personally involved in Memorial Day remembrances at 2 cemeteries. Memorial Day this year is May 29th, 2023. For decades, my father-in-law, who's a former VFW post commander, and a small number of aging Vietnam veterans placed flags at Westwood Memorial Cemetery out on Cold Springs Road and at Union Cemetery. And that group is very small, but very dedicated. And my wife and I volunteer to help place those flags, and we retrieve those flags. And we do that specifically at Union Cemetery. It's up to her and I only, generally, and I'm usually the only one that picks them up. It's a challenge to place flags at Union Cemetery when the cemetery is unkempt. And in the last couple of years, it's been especially unkempt on Memorial Day. I've showed up and I've had to pull knee-high length weeds from graves to place a flag as it should be on that day. I've encountered family members who show up with their own weed eaters to clear their own family graves, to place their own memories for just regular visitation or for Memorial Day. We have an enormous amount of veterans laid at rest in El Dorado County Cemetery, and some very significant ones. I've mentioned the Tixman brothers to you before, 2 brothers from Diamond Springs who perished in World War II. One of them was a Marine lieutenant corporal who died in a Japanese prisoner of war camp. His brother was a B-17 pilot who died in a crash with his crew. They're laid to rest side by side at Union Cemetery. I go there every year and pay my respects to them. It's very emotional for me. I pay tribute to every single one of those veterans as a veteran and as a citizen in this county. The people that I mentioned who have been doing this for decades, they're getting to the point where they may not be able to do it anymore. This may be the last year, I don't know. But I have a personal vision that I haven't expressed to anybody before, and that's to create an El Dorado County Memorial Day project. That is to create a project where every cemetery, every veteran's grave is marked by a flag by the citizens of this county in a collaborative effort between the county organizations, yourselves, private groups. I think it's important. I'm dedicated to putting that together. It's a vision I have, I think, especially with this county's support for veterans. And I hope that you'll endorse that and we can work together on achieving something as memorable as that. But this year, please, if you can, please have that cemetery suitable for placing flags. It's a very dedicated effort. It takes a lot of time. That's steep terrain there, but it's important. And thank you for what you do there already. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Mike Roberts. I chair the Cemetery Advisory Committee, and I'm president of the newly incorporated Save the Graves, Inc. We are incorporated as of last week, but we won't be a nonprofit for another 3 months, so we're in fiscal limbo. But we're moving forward. We have a mixer mainly for our sponsors and supporters, folks like you, coming up on February 18th at 10 o'clock at the winery, the wine tasting room right across the street from Union Cemetery. Weather permitting, we'll be going across the street for some walking and talking right afterwards, but save that date. First off, it's so encouraging to hear your questions. The fact that you're engaged at this level touches my heart deeply. Yeah, you guys, everything you've done, Supervisor Turnbull, is inspirational. When the hell are you going to give us a tour of that cemetery?
Whenever
You
you
promised
want
me a
mine.
year ago.
Yeah, I know I did.
All right, so I'm holding
I owe
your
you
feet to the
that
fire in public now. I apologize, as a chair of the CAC, I'm delinquent in giving you a report. No excuses. Remember, when these guys are doing their reports, that one cemetery in the county is way different. Placerville Union Cemetery has a bunch of above ground infrastructure which requires maintenance. And above the above ground infrastructure, there are 150-year-old sequoia and I think cedar trees with large limbs which fall. And so it's above the most historic sections of the cemetery, and it's above the prime focal mausoleum area that we hope to be working on this year. So you got to maintain this stuff. You can't ignore these big trees. They're going to fall down and destroy really important stuff. One project they didn't mention, but it's very important, is a database project that's been going on behind the scenes. I think it's unfunded by people in their off hours or something, but we need a better database of cemeteries and internments. We do not have a veterans flag right now on the current database. We can't tell you where our veterans are buried. I'm not proud of that. The work plan is great. My only request is that they'd involve the CAC a little bit more. I'm not sure we've earned that, but nonetheless, I have to request it. Why aren't the families involved? With a couple exceptions named Thomas and Borelli, they've given up on us. They've been out there and they're disgusted. And we try to approach them, and we got to earn them back. We got to win them back. That's my goal. On the 18th, I'm hoping to form a families coalition or subcommittee or something. Get some of these folks involved.
Thank you, Mike.
And
We have
that's
to,
it. All
thank you
right.
so much. And we appreciate all you do and look forward to working more collaboratively together. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, Chris.
Chris Payne, President of the Conference of California Historical Societies. Buried History, El Dorado County. It's a Facebook page that if you go there right now, you'll bring up some of the people who have done the different speakers that they've had, the actors and actresses, and all of the work that has been put into Save the Graves. Now is just taken on, as Mike just talked about, taken on another aspect of expansion of this subject today to this item. So as a historian, I want you to know that I believe El Dorado County is as unique as any other place, probably in the world, related to its history and related to the fact that we want to keep that history present and not losing the information that we've gained over all these years. So anything we can do with the Cemetery Advisory Committee or with your board to be able to keep the focus. Thank you, Chris, today. I know the Conference of California Historical Societies has, we've had our annual meeting here in Placerville. It was a few years ago, and some of the things that we took them to see was the Union Cemetery. It's phenomenal. So anyway, I don't want to underestimate or let anyone underestimate the importance of this subject in terms of El Dorado County. Also tourism, people travel from place to place to place, and where do they go? Do they go to the cemeteries because that's the place where you see the headstones, and that's that's the history of that particular area. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else in the boardroom before we go online?
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett, Coshon Shingle Springs. I really appreciate that this is an agenda item, and it's great hearing the updates and the ideas about a Memorial Day committee and, you know, tapping into Find the Grave, and just a great, I know it's not an action item, but just a great coming together of different collaborative ideas. I like the comments about history being made present. And I just wanted to share another idea in this brainstorming, which is when I visited my son in Portland, and I'm so glad he's back now in El Dorado County, but they have also pioneer graves. And one large section of that pioneer grave cemetery is unmarked. And that's because so many people in their history and in ours were buried without recognition. And so a lot of those folks from communities that were marginalized back then, Native American and others, contributed substantially. I mean, I was at Coloma for the 175th anniversary, and they're discussing the digging of the whatever it's called for the trailways, I think, for the spillway, there we go, for the sawmill and the contributions of Native American labor, all the names lost to history. So I'd urge you to consider, as you're developing long-range plans, to literally make some of that history that is so buried present today. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, thank you all for your comments, and Chris and Julianne, we appreciate this update before our board today and look forward to continuing this conversation and making some decisions during our budget process.
Sounds great. Thanks for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. And with that, we'll go on to item number 36, Kim.
Item number 36 comes from County Council recommending the board authorize the chair to sign an agreement for legal services between El Dorado County and Barron and Bud, PC, Dixon Diab, and Chambers, LLP, for representation on contingency fee basis in litigation against PG&E arising from the mosquito fire.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak to this item. As you're all aware by now, last week on January 18th, the county, along with Placer County, El Dorado Water Agency, Georgetown Divide Public Utilities District, and the Georgetown Divide Fire Protection District, filed a lawsuit against PG&E concerning the mosquito fire. As you're also aware, on January 10th, your board held a closed session to consider the initiation of litigation. And following that closed session, I reported that the board did authorize the initiation of litigation and that the particulars of that action would be disclosed at a later date. As you could imagine, and for the public's benefit, I can now say that the subject of that closed session and that report was the litigation against PG&E concerning the mosquito fire. And so in accordance with the board's authorization from January 10th, my office retained Barron and Bud and Dixon Diab and Chambers to represent the county and directed them to file the action against PG&E. Today's agenda item will formally approve the county's retention of those two firms for representation in the action. As far as the agreement goes, I think the most salient term that you and the public may care to know is that it is purely a contingency fee-based agreement. The attorneys will receive compensation in the form of 18% of any net settlement or net recovery in the action after the deduction of expenses and costs. They only get paid if the county gets paid. There is no other public funds that will be used to pay for counsel in this. It is their sole source of compensation is any net recovery that the county would receive, whether through judgment or settlement. It's also worth noting that by signing the agreement, the county will be waiving any potential conflicts of interest with these firms also representing other claimants in the action. All the parties that I mentioned previously are also going to be represented by these same firms. We did issue a press release shortly after the action was filed to make sure everybody knows that this was being done. And we expect that we'll be convening a meeting of internal stakeholders to start assessing what the particular damages that the county will seek to recover would be. But generally speaking, those damages will include some of the costs of response, damage to infrastructure, and frankly, a lot of things that were damaged from the recent storms that were somewhat exacerbated by the conditions associated with the mosquito fire. So with that, I'll glad to take any questions that you may have on this item.
My understanding is these two firms are expert in this type of litigation.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, these two firms have been doing wildfire litigation throughout California for a number of years. They represent public agencies in that litigation. So they're very experienced at this. They have a team that they work with on this, including economic consultants and fire investigators. So they are very well set up to assist the county with this action.
Thank you so much. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments at this time?
No comment.
Just quick comment. Thank you. Because there was quite a bit of damage to the infrastructure from the fire, and it's unfortunate that there's another lawsuit against PG&E, but I do think that the residents will appreciate us getting reimbursement and funding to fix those roads and all this stuff. And then the flood, just like you said, exacerbated it. So much appreciated. And just for clarity, this is on behalf of the county, not the residents. There's separate litigation the residents are engaging in separately.
That is correct. Yeah, there is already an action filed by some private property owners in the fire area. This is solely seeking recovery on behalf of the public agencies.
Very good. Thank you.
And I appreciate that's a united front that we're doing this together. We're retaining the firms
Agreed.
together. All right. With that, Kim, we're ready for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 36. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Thank you. With that, I will entertain a motion.
I'd like to move to approve.
I'll second it.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, David. Appreciate your help in this matter. All right, let's move on to item number 38 for the sake of time.
Item number 38 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board appoint 2 members to the fiscal year 2023-24 Budget Ad Hoc Committee.
Good morning, Sue.
Hi, good morning. Sue Henneke, Chief Administrative Office. So the purpose of the Budget Ad Hoc Committee is just like most other ad hocs. It's an opportunity to have the board represented through a smaller unit and take deeper dive on an issue. So with the budget ad hoc, generally there are a couple of points where we pull you in a formalized way, which is mainly the general government, or sorry, the functional group meeting. So the budget ad hoc committee will sit in with each of those functional groups in the pre-budget development process before we come to you with the recommended budget. That's an opportunity for you all to get a feel of what's coming. And then throughout the year, as issues arise, we may ask for meetings with the budget ad hoc to kind of vet through with them if there is maybe something that we want to elevate up to the full board or not, and just to get your input and ideas. So as with most ad hoc committees, we don't make a recommendation on the specific membership, but just for your information, there has been a trend that it's been the chair and vice chair. There was 1 year where we departed from that, which was 2021, where it was the chair and second vice chair. So totally up to your board though to have that discussion and choose that representation.
My understanding is that was decided because for continuity's sake, the 2 boards, the board vice chair were terming out, were they?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. So that was why
I was the anomaly that year because everybody else was terming out, and I had not participated in budget things. So I actually learned quite a bit.
Right. So there was a good reason for that.
Yeah.
Departing from protocol. All right. Any questions or comments from the board at this time?
I have a question.
Supervisor Lane.
When you're meeting on behalf of preparing the budget, is that one day? Is process, is it
Do you
multiple
mean
days?
The functional budget group meetings, those are over a couple days. They're the week of March 13th. But they're usually over 3 or 4 days. All depends on how we can get the scheduling to work. But yeah, we usually ask to block out that week that we'll have those.
Thank you.
All right, great. All right, Kim, ready for public comment?
Now taking public comment on item number 38. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board for action.
Yeah, I'm thinking that we don't have that situation with someone terming out immediately. So I'm thinking that it makes sense to just appoint the chair and vice chair.
Is that a motion?
Does that, I mean, if I'm just
Sounds
looking,
good.
does that make sense to everyone?
Makes sense.
Yeah, then I
Yes.
would move, I move to appoint the chair and vice chair.
I'll second it.
All right, thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, sounds good. Thank you, Sue. All right, we have 10 minutes before our 10 o'clock allocation. Shall we tackle item 39?
Yep, certainly.
Do
All right, let's do it.
Tiffany Schmid with the chief
Oh,
administrator. Oh, I'm
Sorry.
sorry. Yeah.
Item number 39 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution and incorporating committee bylaws to create a citizens oversight committee to review and report on the revenue and expenditure of funds, and to direct the clerk of the board to commence the application process for the selection of 5 committee members pursuant to board policy I-5 and return to the board no later than March 1st, 2023 for the appointment of said members.
All right, Tiffany, take it away.
All right, Tiffany Schmid with the Chief Administrative Office. So just a quick background, if your board recalls, in April of earlier this year, directed staff to place 2 ballot measures on the November ballot. One was for a 2% increase on the west slope in transient occupancy tax, and the other was for a 4% increase in transient occupancy tax on, we call it the unincorporated area of the Tahoe area. You know, it's kind of awkward, but we wanted to, the boundaries go beyond the basin a little bit. So, so the west slope measure failed, and the east slope measure passed. And so part of the requirement of the measure was for the formation of a citizens oversight committee. And the board does not have discretion as to whether or not you can form the committee. However, you do have discretion as to how the committee may work or function. Staff have prepared a resolution that incorporates bylaws that identify the structure of that committee and how they would function. And that is what is up for discussion today.
All right, thank you. And I might note that Measure S was approved with a resounding vote of the people at 81.83%, which is quite significant.
Yes.
So that's exciting. Yes. All right. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments?
I just want
Supervisor Lee.
to comment briefly. Thank you. Yes, in the basin, we jump on any opportunity for the tourist base to pay for anything that benefits the residents. And in this particular case, that's why it was a resounding yes. We understand that concept as we grow our tourism base or that part of our economy. As you know, vacation home rentals will not grow because we do have some fence line around that. But I do want to thank the county for allowing me to kind of be in on this as we were preparing the bylaws and how it's going to function. And thank you for that opportunity. And just want to say that let's move forward. Let's get this in place. The residents want to make sure that the money spent the way it was promised to be spent, which is snow removal and road maintenance. And we need both addressed desperately. So thank you for that opportunity.
And in addition to the current funding, not supplanting the funding.
That's
Yes,
the
and that's
theory.
the key.
And that's
Exactly.
the-
That's the kicker.
That's what I'll be keeping my eyes on.
Sounds good.
And that was our intent.
That's
So
was our
that's-
intent.
clearly.
Additional revenue
Right.
for the impacts of tourism in the Tahoe Basin. Yes. Supervisor Hardall.
Yeah, Supervisor Lane, given you're more knowledgeable of the area than anybody else, if you've given thought to what kind of representation should be on this committee, because what I found is that when you have diverse representation on a committee, you get a lot of constructive ideas. If you have everybody that's kind of one mindset, you don't necessarily get to that broader view of things, the holistic view of things. But I would think certainly there should be a consideration of chamber membership or something like that. But have you given any consideration of what the right makeup of that representative group would be? Because again, I think having a diverse group is probably favorable,
Right,
but I don't know what your thoughts are.
right. And do you want to speak on that? Because we talked about that. That's a great question.
Okay.
Thank you.
So within the resolution, there is a should, that the representation should consist of a variety membership, including homeowners and community members representing business, recreation, tourism, and other appropriate interests necessary to provide a balanced review of the tax revenue.
So that is definitely the intent, but we didn't want to, make it shall.
Right.
So we will definitely be looking for a mix.
Okay. Because that's my interest, is to make sure that we get, a good representation of the people overseeing it, who have the knowledge, the skill sets to really dig in and understand where the money is being spent, and then look
Right.
at the bigger picture of where should it be spent, because I think that's the other part of it.
Right.
If DOT hasn't identified or recommended the priority areas from what's coming out of the advisory committee, we should give due respect to the residents' perspective on it, and see if we should be doing some adjustments in terms of priority. But yeah.
Right. And I did take some time to speak with Mr. Martinez about this
Yes.
from the Department of Transportation. And he's well aware of the very high level of attention that this will get in the basin. And he's open to a myriad of options. So, seeing as we're into the year already, I think there's going to be a resounding call for putting a lot of that money towards the infrastructure and the road maintenance, as we have severe damage from the storms up there already, and we still have snow on the ground. So once all that snow melts and we really get to see what's there, we have a situation on a county road where we have at least a couple dozen pop tires. Because if you can swerve, and that's great, but when there's oncoming traffic and you have to take it, we're seeing residents' vehicles being severely damaged, because these are not just potholes, they're entire sections of pavement that's missing. So we'll see what that group comes up with, but everyone, is anticipating this oversight committee and the additional revenue and how that's going to be utilized. So
Very good. Thank you.
thank you.
More resources will be a good thing.
Absolutely.
I do have a question before we go to public comment. So Tiffany, can you explain a little more about what the application process will be, as the resolution notes direct appointments? Will the clerk of the board screen and present applicants to the board, or how will this work?
And Kim can chime in if I misspeak here. So it's policy I-5, which is a process that exists for the selection of committee and commission members. So Kim would post the vacancies. I believe the board could have discretion as to who would sit on essentially the interview panel, and we would go through those applicants and then make a recommendation to the board based on that.
So the board is not going to be having to weigh 50 applications.
Yes, because it's my
Okay.
understanding that there may be a lot of interest in this, which is great, but we didn't want to bombard you.
Well, thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. All right. So with that, we're ready for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 39, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, thank you.
And that's not due to a lack of attention to this matter. That is due to the fact that they don't typically tune in on county meetings. So it's not on the radar right now, but it will be.
It will be.
It will be.
On it. So would you like to make a motion, Supervisor Lane?
Yes, I would like to move approval of this item.
Second.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Looking forward to this. Thank you. And with that, it is 10 o'clock and we
Perfect
are
time.
ready for our 10 o'clock time certain event.
Item number 40 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign calendar year 2023 El Dorado County Fair Association budget, and 2, receive a presentation on and file the following documents as outlined in the agreement between the county and the association.
Good morning, Emma. Welcome.
Morning, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. So I'm here to kick off this item. The El Dorado County Fairgrounds property is owned by the county, but through an agreement with the El Dorado County Fair Association, the association has the continued use, possession, and management of the property and the fair. So part of that agreement and government code states that the Board of Supervisors must annually approve the Fair Association's budget. So as in prior years, this is that item. The budget is prepared in a way that's outlined by the Department of Food and Agriculture. So that's why it looks like the way it does. So I'm going to hand it over to the Fair Association CEO and I'll be available for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Emma. Good morning, Kathy. Nice to have you with us.
Thank you.
My name's Kathy Dunkak. I'm the CEO of the El Dorado County Fair Association. I just prepared something to read to you guys briefly so I don't forget anything. First of all, I want to thank you for your time and consideration of our budget, and I hope that it's easy enough to read. I just want to say 2022 was a great comeback year. It was our first fair in 2 years, and it was a record for the past 21 years of record keeping at 72,000 people in 4 days. Parking continues to be our challenge. We sold out of parking several times on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We are really grateful for the collaboration we have with El Dorado Transit and the Air Quality Department. And we continue to encourage ridership on the shuttle to get as many people through those gates as we can. The fair is utilized and rented out almost every day of the year. Some rentals are as small as a meeting of 10. Others are as large as a home show or a music festival. We're creating a more accurate tracking method of keeping track of the amount of people that attends the fairgrounds daily, as well as during events. Those of you that come by the fair for lunch or something, when it's warmer out, you'll see many dog walkers and folks enjoying the grounds, especially when it's warmer. A lot of our walkers are elderly and they're very grateful for a safe place to walk. The completion of items on our current 5-year plan are moving along, and we anticipate more being completed by the end of the year. The funding provided to us through the ARPA gave us the opportunity to knock out some big but much needed projects, such as our paving, the lining of the main culvert, which had been causing sinkholes, costing around $35 or $40 per hole, $1,000. Plans are currently being drawn and engineered for the addition of an ADA compliant restroom in the front of the Forney building, as well as installation of a state-of-the-art sound and visual system and cosmetic upgrades. The fair staff and the Fair Board of Directors again wants to thank the Board of Supervisors for awarding us those ARPA funds. And with that, I'm open to any questions you might have.
Thank you, Kathy. And I know we all value the role our fairgrounds plays in our county. Not only do you support our community activities and provide healthy and exciting recreational opportunities for our families, from the racetracks to Imagination Theater to all the events that go on in your event center, but you're also a place for emergencies and standing up those emergency operations that are so critical to securing our county. So we recognize and value your role and look forward to all the upgrades that you and the Fair Board have planned. That's exciting. So with that, any of my colleagues have any comments or questions? Supervisor Hydall.
Kathy, so I was looking at the budget and trying to understand a capital reserve fund, that sort of thing, where you're generating funds to maintain the facilities. And it's not just maintenance, it's major upgrades of facilities and those kinds of things. And I found in the listing a capital project reimbursement fund that refers to Schedule 8A.
Yes.
but I wasn't able to find Schedule 8A. So I'm trying to understand what is the capital reserve policy that the Fair Board has to make sure there's sufficient funds put aside every year to ultimately make major repairs or upgrades or those kinds of things. Because in the past, they've been largely funded by the county general fund. And I think it's time to consider how do we move beyond that and make the fair operation self-sustaining.
That's an excellent question. One that we struggle with constantly.
Yeah.
So those particular funds that you're referring to are the ARPA funding.
Okay, that is the ARPA funding. Okay,
Yes.
which is one-time funding.
No, wait, I'm sorry. It's not the ARPA funding.
Okay,
That was budgeted in 2022. But it's not included in our 2023 budget. What we are doing, to answer your question.
yes.
Is we set aside, part of our MOU requires us to put the profits from the fair, just from the fair itself, into our county account. We have an account with the county. Our goal is to leave the majority of it there and not use it, so that we can include that in the following year's budgets for those capital upgrades.
Okay,
The
but is-
ARPA funding did give us a really good head start and a really good jump on some of the really critical ones.
I guess the following question, is there a capital replacement plan? Have you defined when buildings are going to reach their life expectancy
Yes.
and what those costs are going to be? Because
Yes.
my guess, if we started adding all those things up with the age of some of those buildings, it's a huge number. So how do you start building towards, being able to make those improvements in a timely
Well,
fashion?
part of our 5-year plan is to recognize the buildings that do need the improvements. For instance, we have 2 buildings right now that are slated to have a new roof. And we do include that in our maintenance budget for each. We'll pick a project, the most dire project, if you will,
Uh-huh.
and hammer that one. And then we have unexpected ones that come up that fortunately within our revenues, we're still able to cover.
Okay, so I think it would be helpful if there was some line items that showed that, the capital accumulation
Mhm.
type of funding, because at the county, we found that if we don't have capital reserves to pay for needs when they come along, then we're sitting there saying, do we take it out of the general fund at basically at the expenditure of not being able to use it for other sources? And it would be nice to be able to kind of track that on an ongoing basis, because my guess is, without having a lot of research going into it, that those costs are escalating at a significant level in terms of replacement upgrades of building, recognizing what material costs are, what labor costs are. And we have to start, I think, understanding what that is and building toward on an annual basis. The other side of the coin, I personally believe that the fair operation should be a candidate for TOT funds from the standpoint of impacts from tourism. There's a lot of people that participate in the fairs and stuff that aren't necessarily county residents, which is a tourism type thing when you bring people into the county to participate. And it seems like, a submittal to the board in terms of a request for TOT funds as a function of tourism would make sense for the board at least to consider. No guarantees and stuff, but when we get to that annual budgeting process and look at how can we distribute those funds on the west slope only, right? For these kinds of resources, is that a category that makes sense for the board to start putting some revenue into? So I would certainly entertain that, looking at the big picture. And hopefully as we grow our TOT funds, there'll be more funding available and we could consider it in the future. But that's the other thought I had on the revenue part of it. So
That's excellent. And the other thing that I didn't mention is there is funding available to us through SB 1499. It's based on the sales tax. We don't include those figures in our budget because we don't necessarily know what they're going to be, because they're based on that year's sales tax, like sales tax that's collected at the fairgrounds.
okay.
So that's kind of a little savings that when we get it, then we pick a project, a large project. It doesn't just go into our general fund. That, something that needs to be remedied, a roof, or we have a lot of trees now that we need to remove, and that gets expensive.
Yeah, with the flooding that happened and stuff, there's probably some improvements on the grounds that need to be made as well.
Little
Trying
bit.
to recover from that. So,
Yes, we have.
Throughout our county, yes.
yes, right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
District 4.
I'm thinking this might be a question for Emma, but hold on, Kathy, really
Okay.
quick. To follow up on what Supervisor Huddle was saying, I agree that the property, the buildings and stuff belongs to the county. The association runs everything and manages it. So in my mind, there are assets and it should be, in the county's plan to maintain. And so, but when in our budget process, we have department heads come and make their case for what they need. So exactly how would we get, is this it for Kathy's opportunity now? Or we did that one annual reporting a year ago or something. I mean, how do we make sure that we're actually inclusive of the fairgrounds? And because it is an asset of the counties, and we really, we got behind there for a while, and we're in catch up mode still, I think. And I want to get ahead of it someday.
It's an investment last year that was important.
Yeah. And there's more to do. So what's the right way to get this going, Emma?
Yeah, per our agreement with the Fair Association, the association is responsible for the maintenance of the buildings on the property. So it would sort of be through that agreement. So the county doesn't have an obligation to provide those funds, but it does pose a problem because per government code, they have to have a calendar year budget, but as a county, we have a fiscal year budget. So if the board does want the Fair Association to request funds through the budget, it could be done through the TOT process or submitted to our office when we do receive other budget requests, which is mid-February.
Okay, I think that's a good thing to look. And I always struggle with the difference between maintenance and updating or upgrades, and it's kind of a fuzzy area, but I think that the improvements that have been started are making such a difference. And we just want those fairgrounds to be attractive and so that people want to have their events there. It's just such a gem for our county. So
thank you.
Make sure you stay in touch there.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Supervisor Lane.
So new kid on the block. A couple of the questions that I want to ask you, you should not interpret as really coming from me. They're things I've heard that I just want to clarify.
Sure.
There's general consensus from a lot of people that I've spoken to that the fairgrounds just are not utilized enough, that they're empty quite a bit. There have been requests from school children to use the fairgrounds for an event, and they were told that it would cost $7,000 to rent the fairgrounds. There was a request to use, this is what I'm hearing, there was a request to use some of the structures that are on the fairgrounds that are empty right now for homeless women and children, that they could park their cars in those structures, that they would be lit and would be safe. And we're told by the fairgrounds that that wasn't an option. True, not true?
Underutilized, no. Even though you drive by on Placerville Drive and you look in the plaza and you don't see cars, we have buildings rented out almost every day. The big Forney building obviously is typically only rented out on the weekends for large events because it's our largest building and it is expensive. As far as we have ag in the classroom, we have farm day, we have the kids expo, but how we create revenue is by renting the facility out. For instance, just in our Forney building, it's because it's so big, our propane bill for a week is edging into $800. So to have that empty, if you will, building available, it would require maintenance to be on staff because we never rent a building out without staff available in case of an emergency or an issue. It costs money to heat it, to provide lighting. We are not open 24/7, again, because it's expensive staffing. So we wouldn't be able to have people like that parking overnight. There wouldn't be a safe place for them. They would have to be locked in, and that's not okay either. So the $7,000 figure, that is close to our daily concert rate for the lower grounds. So I'm not too sure what they were looking for. But to rent the entire fairgrounds for the day, the music festivals typically spend about $6,200. And what that gets them is our maintenance staff assist them with their setup, but that includes all the tables and chairs that they use. That includes all the utilities that they're consuming, the flushing of the toilets. We all know how expensive our city sewer is, and we're on city sewer. The water, it's just expensive. So we're not in a position to offer free rentals on a consistent basis.
I would love to set up a time to meet with you and maybe just get a better sense of what the fairgrounds have to offer, because they definitely are an asset, as all of you have mentioned, and something I probably need to just understand better.
I'd love to show you around.
Thank you. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to say, thank you, Kathy. You've done a great job. You really have, especially with the RV rentals now that we have in place and stuff, and the revenue that we're getting off that is amazing. It really is. I was looking at that. That's fantastic. Also, the racetrack rental, it's a big asset for our county, especially to support the fairgrounds, and we need that. And I would like to see expansion on more bleachers there and more high level events, like we could get the Outlaws to come here, not only the Outlaws from late models, but also sprint cars. So you've done a great job, and I really appreciate that very much. And that's what we need to do. We need to work on generating more revenue so that fairgrounds eventually can sustain and work on its own. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm looking forward to the continuing upgrades to the Forney building as well. That is such an important asset for the nonprofits in our community. It's the only place that they have to, rent and support their endeavors. And so the upgrades to the PA system and the kitchen and the aesthetic upgrades and the bathrooms, that's just going to be a help to our entire community. So I just applaud you and the Fair Board for just continuing to look for ways to improve the fairgrounds with the resources you have.
Can I go back on Supervisor Turnbull's comment? I looked at motorized racing and I looked at revenue and I see zero. Is that an accurate forecast?
That's accurate, because
that's revenue.
The revenue? Okay.
They fall under our interim rentals. Because
so it's under interim rentals, we would find that. Got it. All right. I'm just wondering why we have a separate category that doesn't seem, and there's no reference to it. So, just trying to track it.
No, if we were the promoter of the racetrack, or if the Fair Association was, then you would see revenue there, but that's not the case.
Got it. Okay.
$85,000.
Thank you, Kathy. All right.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
We're ready for public comment, Kim.
Sorry, John. It's going to talk real quick. Yeah.
Now taking public comment on item number 40. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hello, Chris.
Hi, Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Supervisor Heidel, your line of discussion or your line of questions, I just want to touch a little bit on that. My question is, because I'm looking at Legistar and I just noted that in one of the paragraphs, it said that 2022 was a successful fair year. So in terms of budgeting then, and I note other information associated with that was in here, but how important, this may seem odd, but how important is a successful fair? Since it's only, a week, roughly? Comparatively to other things that we've been talking about here today. How is it used? The accessibility of the fairgrounds to people wanting to use it. But that successful fair, can we ask a couple of questions of staff about that? And also, how successful? 5% above what it was year over year, or does it have to be like it was here, 40% or something associated with a much larger success? If we could just kind of talk a little bit about that.
Sounds good. We'll get that answered. Thank you. Anyone else in the boardroom?
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett, Coshawn Shingle Springs. To give you a little context for my comments, As a retired teacher, I'm very interested in history, and I had both the honor and privilege of riding the wagon train for the first time in its 73rd anniversary. This year will be the 74th, and it's coming up on its 75th. I had the great privilege of riding in a wagon with somebody who had a lot of oral history, having ridden the wagon train for 40 years. And now it comes to the point of this agenda item. This individual shared his concerns that the wagon train, for whatever reason, at least from his perspective, did not feel welcome at the county fairgrounds. They were nice enough to provide me a wide sample of past brochures that allowed me to, at least through reading, to augment the oral history I heard from my wagon train companion. And so I was able to see how the wagon train used to go to the fairgrounds, how it used to be a 2-day festival. And frankly, the wagon train is struggling for a variety of reasons as development encroaches on some of the places that they would use for overnight, as some of the smaller towns are struggling with the impacts of no longer having as much tourist trade and just people aging out, as was shared with agenda items. So I am not sure if this is accurate, and my question is where a citizen can go to express the concern, because at least this individual's impression, which was confirmed by other members of their actual elected board, I am a member of the association now, that they were facing a $7,000 fee, which would be, as was explained, to rent the entire fairground. That doesn't seem to me to be the footprint of the wagon train, and I would hope that there could be some sort of compromise where the wagon train could have its terminus at the fairgrounds rather than the generously provided private parking lot outside of Placerville Cinema. So my question is, where can these concerns be best addressed in terms of revenue, budget, and all the other aspects you're talking about? Thank you.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good morning, Board. Kathy Lishman. I really appreciated Supervisors Lane bringing up the subject that she did, because there's a lot of local nonprofits that have big events that raise a lot of money at them. Then there are other smaller nonprofits that would love to have an event at the fairgrounds but can't afford it. And since it is county property, I was just wondering if there's a way of finding a solution so that a lot more community events from smaller organizations could be held there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you, Kim. For specific questions about the wagon train, I suggest that those involved just have a direct conversation with Kathy at the fairgrounds. And as to the question, how significant is the fair revenue to the overall budget? Emma, do you have a general sense of that?
I think Kathy might be able to
Okay.
better answer that question.
And we don't need, nitty gritty details, but just a general sense of how significant is the fair to your overall budget?
The fair revenue is probably just under 50% of our annual revenue.
Wow.
And as far as his question about the success, we had 74,000 people come through in 4 days this year, which our record was 2019, which was 62.
Okay.
And our livestock auction almost made it to $1 million this year.
Oh, my
Nice.
Lord, that's
So that's
amazing.
really good for the kids.
Wow, well, thank you for that, and hope for a booming fair in 2023.
Right.
So with that, do we have a motion on?
I'll make
The
a
board?
motion and we approve.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, it is 10:25. Next item is 11 o'clock, so I think we can tackle Item
37.
number 37, yes.
Item number 37 comes from the clerk of the board, recommending the board discuss the purpose, mission, and membership of the El Dorado County Human Rights Commission and provide direction to staff on how to proceed. We met a couple weeks ago as far as the beginning of January to talk about appointments. And the issue came up as far as appointments for board members to the Human Rights Commission. Supervisor Hydall stated he would continue as a member of the Human Rights Commission. We did not have another board member request to be appointed to that commission. The bylaws for the Human Rights Commission state that there will be 2 board members, which prompted a discussion to come back to the board as far as what is the scope of the Human Rights Commission? Do we need to change bylaws? How the meetings are held? It initially was stated that it wouldn't require any county staff to support the Human Rights Commission, and just getting some clarification as far as how we will proceed with administration with the Human Rights Commission.
Thank you, Kim. Supervisor Parlin.
I'll go ahead and kick this off because this is a tough one, honestly. I think everyone knows, or maybe not Supervisor Lane, because I forget, gotta remember that, right? Bring you up with us. I was the one new supervisor when I got on the board too, and it makes it difficult when the other 4 have been around for a couple more years. So trying to remember, just
thank you.
Go like this at us, like, hey. But I did serve for I think 2 years, probably 2019 and 2020 perhaps, as one of the 2 supervisors on this committee. And I think what really became clear pretty fast is that this commission was created 2018. And at that time, the board didn't give it a lot of clear direction on expectations. And also, there really weren't any resources allocated either, because the thought was that, if the supervisors that kind of founded it, started it, advocated for it, and were on it, at first, wanted this to work, they would support it, and there weren't additional resources. And in hindsight, I think that that's probably part of why that commission struggles so much, is because of supervisors come and go on there. And it seems like when I was on there for a couple of years, that I felt like the wheel was constantly being reinvented of what the commission was to do, how it was to do it. There was a lot of frustration. And now I haven't been on it for, I think, 2 years now, but my appointee to the commission is the chair. And I think that there's still this lack of clarity. And at this time, I did hear that there's another county, not very many counties actually have a human rights commission, but the few that do, and I guess there's one, and I cannot remember which one it is, which county actually has one that's very functional, high functioning. It is given a lot of resources, staff, lots of communication tools and all of that. And so I don't see that, and I could be wrong, but at this time, I feel with we have a lot of flux and transition right now in the county. I think everybody's aware of that. There's no economic crystal ball either. I don't see the board at this time allocating what I see as the enormous amount of resources that are really needed to make this successful. But I did hear last November, there was a comment made, and I thought it was a good one, to perhaps, instead of the county trying to have this commission and really not do it well, quite honestly, we just aren't doing it well. That's been an ongoing issue. To have a nonprofit take it. And last year there was one launched specifically in El Dorado County. It was called, I did not make it to their inaugural meeting because I had a conflict. It's a problem when we're on so many commissions and committees. It's hard to get to everything, but I don't know if anybody did make it, but it's called Bridging Divides El Dorado. I guess there's my understanding from the little bit I've read of it on their newsletter, it's a national effort, the Bridging Divides, and then there's local chapters. So our El Dorado County one of Bridging Divides is getting support from the Community Foundation. So to me, that seems like a good place for this effort. And I did look at their, they have a newsletter now, and it seems like it's got the tools and honestly, the more flexibility than government, quite honestly, for that outreach and communication and bringing more sectors together. And I just feel that that's probably the better place for this effort. And perhaps if we go that route, that we might want to appoint one or two of us supervisors to be the liaison between the county on that committee so that we can report out what's going on as we do with to and froms. And I did, I think there's school representatives, our church representatives, political, my understanding is there's political on both parties in this group existing. And I just feel like it's a better model. And because I just don't think we should continue not doing this well. And that's all I've got. So just a thought and a suggestion for perhaps a better path.
Great, thank you. Any other board member have comments or questions? Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, having served on Human Rights Commission recently, I look at this process as being like similar to a team formation process. And it starts out with forming, and then you go through storming, then you go through norming, and then you go through high performing. And I think we have gone through the storming phase, and I believe we're getting to the phase we're starting to norm. And we can look forward to expectations of seeing more activities that will help people become more informed and educated relative to what human rights are all about. The thing that I think has been lacking from my perspective is clear recommendations to the board as to what the board could possibly do to affect additional change within the community. And lacking any recommendations to the board, whether that be through an ordinance, through a policy, through whatever, I don't know that there's really a benefit to the general community if the board can't really exercise their ability to move something in a favorable direction, as opposed to just having it go on. So that's what I've always looked for. And I think based upon what I understand the plan to be for the 4 speaker series and stuff, we should end up at the end of this year, 2023, with a set of recommendations that could come back to the board saying, these are the things we would like help with. And it's within the jurisdiction, within the control of the board to implement those things. So I think, again, we got past the storming, and I think we're in the norming part and looking forward to move forward. So I'm not adverse to the suggestion that we look at the Bridging Divides. I participated in that event. My perspective on it was that it was more to bring together the political divides that had happened due to COVID and various other things than it was a human rights effort to try to make sure everybody was aware of basic human rights and respected one another. So maybe I didn't read through the charter enough, but that was at least a meeting I attended. There was work groups set up. There were specific assignments that were being made. The work group that I was in, former Supervisor Veerkamp was a lead for that. And there's another report due in terms of the progress on it. So they took specific actions to try to address this political divide. And maybe that's a good foundation for them to expand. But I would want to consult with the leadership to determine what is the breadth of scope that they're willing to take on. And if they were willing to take on an effort to try to make sure people are informed of what basic human rights are and being civil with one another, I would support that if they were willing to take that on. But I haven't had that discussion. I didn't even consider that, but I think it's a great idea. And we need to continue looking there to see if that's a fit. And if it is a fit, then I think this board should consider that. So just general thoughts.
Thank you. Supervisor Lane.
I have a question for you, Vice Chair Heidel, and that is, as the clerk of the board mentioned, when this commission was originally formed, my understanding is that my predecessor actually allowed her assistant to be the staff that we needed to kind of get up and running. And as the member of that commission right now, is that something that your office is going to be able to provide if we were able to get this back on track?
I've talked to my assistant about it. We could provide it, but it's not preferable that one committee or commission be isolated in the way the support happens. It would be nice if everything was, uniform in the way we do things and there was a proper representation. And I recognize that's an additional commitment from staff. So we would have to find a way to make sure that there's sufficient resources for staff to take on that additional consideration. But I do believe we could proceed the way it was done in the past, but I don't believe that's the best way to do it. Because I did see some activities when it was operated out of Supervisor Novosels's office that were not necessarily harmonious with what was going on with the rest of the activities through the clerk of the board's office. And if you can bring everything under one umbrella, I think you're going to get better results overall. But we could proceed with the arrangement that was done in the past. But again, I don't think that's the best answer. So I'm open to discussions on that. Maybe it's a mix of things. I don't know. But
I think that Supervisor Parlin's suggestion is a good one also. I think it's a good alternative. But I do think that there comes some clout with having a county commission. And it also demonstrates our desire to have an establishment where people feel that they are safe. And I reside up in the basin, so I haven't seen everything, but I've heard a lot of things. We received 11 comments from the public on this particular item, all of them desperately in favor of continuing this good work. So it's definitely something that is important to the community. I had originally stated at the meeting on the 3rd when we were assigning commissioners that I wasn't interested in taking on a whole lot that was outside of the basin because the responsibilities within the basin are big. And there's things I want to get done for our district that are going to require leadership. But this one is that important that if we do decide to continue this commission, then I would consider being the second member in order to keep it going, and could support your administration, if we need that additional support. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you.
District 4.
Okay, here comes my cautionary stuff. I would. Oh boy, here we go. I can say that in the past, that the commission has struggled, and that our administrative staff that has been supporting it all along has really had to intervene sometimes and redirect. And I would not ever want to put that burden on our clerks staff. So to me, it's not an option to go there.
I agree.
So I can say that the admins that have worked on it that I know of so far do get frustrated with the fact that there's not clarity on what this commission should and shouldn't do. And so their agenda sometimes has to be reworked before it's ready for publishing. I hear what you're saying, but one of my concerns too is that the emails saying that we need to have this commission and how important its work is, none of them articulate what this commission has done. They just want one, and I get that. But I personally really can't articulate what this commission has done to help the board or the county. And it's been in existence since 2018. And now I'm going to go back to, and I don't know if you have the benefit of this, Supervisor Lane, it was the work plan that was presented in November for the commission. And I have some very serious concerns about what's on here. And with some of our other commissions and committees, we have a hard time as the board reining them in and knowing what they're doing. And I would say that based on this work plan, we should, if we're going to continue with this, we need to put a halt on all of their work until we give them very clear direction as to what's in their jurisdiction. Because I know that their proposed speaker series for 2023, one of them includes the local Miwok tribe, the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. Well, I know for a fact that our county has an appointed liaison with the tribe, and it is not any of us on this board. And it's not anyone on the Human Rights Commission. And that is a very delicate relationship because it is a sovereign nation to a county relationship. And it's on the work plan. And it, as far as I know, they're thinking they're going to do this. And this board didn't say yes, no. County council didn't say, oh, by the way, didn't have an opportunity to say, by the way, we have an appointed liaison. This probably isn't appropriate. This is the kind of stuff that's been going on with this commission since I can remember, since I was on it in 2019. It doesn't seem to understand what it should and shouldn't be doing. And I can tell you, I think it was in 2020, maybe, I don't remember which year. I spent a lunch hour of a board meeting on the phone with the chair at that time, with county council and the CAO in my office, stopping what that committee was doing offline, creating havoc basically in the community, and violating the Brown Act because they were emailing each other back and forth about something that was a current event. So I really struggle allowing a commission that has no guidance, no boundaries on such important topics, representing us if we don't know what they're doing and actually have a say. I honestly think that this work plan is not viable and we should stop it. But I don't think the bylaws or the resolution that created it actually give us that. Other committees have been created in that way also. And then we have committees out doing things that we don't want. So
did you say that that work plan was submitted in November?
I'm not going to say it was submitted.
Okay.
I'm going to say it was presented. And we were told that this is what they were doing because there's nothing in bylaws or resolution that say we actually approve it. There's my big concern. And there were other incidents where there were current events in the county. This commission jumped in, did not stay in what I think was their lane. And I had to intervene and I had to pull in others to help stop it. So if we don't put some rails on here and boundaries, we could get ourselves in trouble. I'll be honest with you, that one lunch hour, I almost let it fly. The county probably would have ended up in some serious trouble. And I thought that would kill the commission because it was exhausting watching them. So, but I knew better than that. So I intervened and stopped it. But it would have been easier just to let it go. And that would have killed it that day. I just think we need to be really thoughtful on something of this importance. And I really think that the nonprofit that's been established has the capacity to take this on in a meaningful manner. And if we're not going to put a bunch of resources into it and give it, I mean, stuff like this, really, I think it needs to have legal counsel at every gosh darn meeting. I really do. This is really important stuff. They have another item on here about democratizing education, working with the Office of Education. I'm not really sure that this board agrees that that commission, without some boundaries, should be that liaison on this issue. There's school boards already out there. There's just a lot of concerns. So if we're gonna move forward this, I ask that we maybe put a halt on it, redo everything, and then move forward. But I'm not okay with, and there's more in here. This was a loaded presentation.
I haven't seen, that wasn't part of the.
No, I just knew that.
Can I share it?
Yeah, oh, yeah. I got my notes all over the place. You guys want to pass it down?
You bring up an interesting point, a very solid point, Supervisor Parlin, is the fact that by having it under our purview, the committee is not free to perhaps explore some of the topics that they would like to explore, because some of those items are not our lane and not our jurisdiction. And so that involves an inherent conflict, and where those efforts would perhaps best be situated within a nonprofit that is not encumbered by that type of restriction. And I just want to make a caveat to our discussion today that I think in no way are any of us saying that we don't support the objectives of supporting mutual respect and tolerance and fostering peaceful relations in our community. Of course, I fully support that. It's just the thought that we are tasked with understanding where is the best place for those kinds of activities. And by having it as a county committee, really those efforts are in silo. By bringing it out into a community-based organization that is already establishing and having those relationships and those conversations that's not encumbered by government restrictions, I see that as perhaps expanding and moving these efforts forward, not stifling them. So we're just trying to figure out where the best home is for this. And I like your suggestion of moving it under the purview of a nonprofit, not a government
and
committee.
formally appointing one or two of
And
us to be
exactly.
on there so that we are in touch and then we can share out.
So we have a liaison to that as well. I think that's an excellent suggestion. Are we ready for a public comment at this time? All right, Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 37. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. No public comment here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm handing you a copy of the El Dorado County Human Rights Commission purpose because when this item came up that is supposedly being referred from, I heard Supervisor Parlin say, I don't even know if the commission has a purpose. And they've always had a purpose and it's here. And I'm not going to read it because you should be already aware of it, but it's on your website. I think the best resource that you can give to this commission is yourselves. Everything that I've seen over the last 2 years of my attending board meetings is your willingness to let it fail. I keep hearing objection after objection about the commission, and I hear nothing about what can we do to support this purpose. And what you seem to be talking about is feedback, that the commission needs feedback from you, and that's a valid point. But I think you should also seek feedback from the people that brought this commission into being, because I hear you questioning, well, what was it supposed to do and what's it doing now? It had a purpose, the board approved it. So why don't you bring those supervisors back and those people back to ask them questions? What was it that you sought to achieve and how is it not working? And that's like any system. Any system, if it's closed, is not going to function. If it's open to feedback and feedback that supports its purpose. I urge you to not go in the direction of abolishing this commission. You have a very professional and capable chair. All you're lacking is another supervisor to be appointed, which was the issue last week. Appoint that second supervisor, give your feedback to the supervisor representatives, let them work with the chair to make it work in the way that it was intended. And it's always can be improved. Continuous improvement is a knowable goal. One of the county's missions, if I'm not mistaken, is safe communities. There's a lot of people in this county that don't feel safe. And that includes some of my family members that I've spoken about before, because they have some of these characteristics that are in California statutes that you can't ignore, that you have an obligation to support, not just under this code, but under portions of the penal code and terroristic symbols. So it is an important discussion you're having, but I think to throw the baby out is the wrong step. I think you need to be responsible for your commission, just like any commission that you've appointed. And there's a lot of them that could be criticized as not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I question whether they should even be in existence. I can bring that forward too. Right now, I think the question is, what are we not doing to support this commission? And that's all I hear is how can we let it fail? We should let it fail instead of how does this support our mission for safe communities? How does this help us promote these values that are in California statutes that we're required to follow and do that for the benefit of the county? I'm willing to be a participant in that if you're willing to create a feedback process at the commission, and maybe that's a start. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I'm a student of government. So as I hear you talk about this subject, I take myself back to, what I've been taught. What is it? These questions that Supervisor Parlin is asking, the results that could have happened if something wasn't taken care of at the time. This should be frightening to you all. It's because you have the underlying responsibility, having created it, to be able to manage it and make sure that it's functioning in the way that it should. The mistakes that I hear sometimes, anybody, a supervisor make is it a committee or a commission? Because we have a Community and Economic Development Advisory Committee, but we have this commission, Human Rights Commission that you've created. And in my mind, being a student of government, that matters. It matters because commissions typically are focal points. They seem to have a little bit more authority in representing what you want them to do. And then the reporting responsibility they have back to you that you recognize on an annual basis is essentially how are we doing? And are we doing what you want? So as I leave the podium, I want clarity, no different than you do. I don't think it's a question of wanting to get rid of it. It's to see how it functions effectively. For what? Local government, not international, not national, not state, local government, El Dorado County. I went in and Google has so much information on human rights, but there are rights that everybody expects. Myself, this gentleman here, others who won't speak today have rights. So I think it's a very good subject. I was here when it was discussed earlier, and then this bringing it back was also identified to staff, and here it is today. So what I want is some really deep discussions on what is it that each of you want in terms of human rights for the local government, not on a broader perspective. Thank you.
All right, we need to go online.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good morning, board. Andy Nevis, Shingle Springs. And this is a tough subject because, I do want to recognize the work that the Human Rights Commission has done. I've had a chance to listen in on several of their meetings. They've mostly been virtual due to COVID. But I did also attend the homeless forum that they did over at EDCO last year. And I learned some things. It was very well done. But the struggle that I'm having is it's been pretty clear to me that the commission really sees itself as an activist organization, and they desire to be activists. And that just doesn't fit well within a county government organization. As most of you know, I was president of an activist organization for 3 years. We would not have been able to do 80% of the things that we had done if we were under the county. And by the way, in case there's any confusion, we were definitely not under the county. But I really think that everyone's going to be better served if this is under a nonprofit structure. The commission is going to have more freedom to do what they wish to do to make the impact that they want to have. And the county's not going to have to worry about, having liability if something goes sideways or they step into a controversial issue that your board doesn't want to step into. I get that we're giving up something in terms of the county recognition, and that is a drawback. But I think at the end of the day, moving this into a nonprofit type structure is absolutely the right thing to do. So I applaud those supervisors who are thinking along those lines. And again, thanks to all the commissioners for their hard work. This isn't, a disparagement of anybody, but just how we make things most effective going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy.
Now taking public comment from Dawn Wolfson.
Hi, I'm Dawn Wolfson, Cameron Park, and I didn't really follow the commission from its inception. I started watching meetings probably about a year ago. I thought that what they did last year with the homeless forum that they put on was really well done. And I could see them continuing forward in that kind of vein as an educational kind of a tool. And perhaps you need to put more guidelines around it if they've, potentially stepped out of bounds or whatever. But as sort of an educational outreach kind of an organization, I think they're excellent. If you're speaking to activism and that sort of thing, then yeah, maybe we need to have a separate nonprofit, but I don't see any reason to do away with this particular commission. I'd rather see you fine tune it and maybe get it back in line with the original goals. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
Now taking public comment from Kelly Nadwala.
Hello?
We can hear you, Kelly.
Okay, thank you. Kelly Nalavaya, El Dorado Hills, excuse me. I kind of want to say kudos to a lot of pieces of what everybody has said. And thank you, Supervisor Parlin, for your suggestion that sometimes the best approach is just take a step back, halt, and really look into the conditions of what this group is doing. I completely agree that there has been, in my opinion, some overstep. I was very, very disappointed in what I felt was a summons, a court hearing, a gaslighting way back with the Oak Ridge High School incident with an off-site sports event where I really felt like Oak Ridge and our superintendent were on trial by the Human Rights Commission hearing, demanding an explanation, results. I agree with whoever made the comment. We have school boards for that. We have procedures, and those were handled very well within the people who should have had the authority to do that. I'm very nervous whenever somebody throws out the word nonprofit, because let's face it, nonprofit is not what it used to be. Whenever a nonprofit gets formed, we also then begin the grants, the money trail, and it becomes a big focus on that. And I would be very worried about what that might create on the taxpayers, because I do feel an imbalance with the commission. We are about human rights, but we're also a county organization. And I feel very often when approaching this commission as a taxpayer, as a resident, as somebody who cares about doing the right thing, that if you're not in line with their agenda, you're meant to feel very gaslighted, like you're uncaring, or you don't want the homeless to get help, or you don't care about addicts. And I just feel they're very unapproachable when it comes to being an advocate for everybody's human rights, which is to live safely and have peace within your home. So I really support Supervisor Perlin's suggestion of not necessarily dismantling, but also really narrowing down their authority, what is expected. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hey, everybody. So yeah, part of me is like, the Human Rights Commission should be dissolved, but I kind of like Chris's idea is, you guys made your bed, you should lie in it. And every one of you should have to sit through those meetings, because they are the most painful, confusing, unorganized meetings you've ever seen. Painful. But so we'll go back to the infamous Toys for Tots and me being doxxed by Black Lives Matter and attacked and by people sitting in your audience like Joseph Conley, Wendy Thomas's husband. It was awful what they did to myself and Chris Cockrell. And I wrote up a huge 20+ page report, like plea to the Human Rights Commission. I brought it to every supervisor. This was in, I don't know, May of 2021. And nobody acknowledged me. Nobody responded except Mr. Heidel. Mr. Heidel, I remember you saying that the Human Rights Commission doesn't deal with issues like this. And that's why nobody was going to respond to me or listen to me. But you proved yourselves, or the Human Rights Commission proved themselves as hypocrites, because they went ahead when this incident happened at Oak Ridge Park, whatever racist incident that they allegedly happened, they went full force and had full struggle sessions with all these teachers. Well, why wasn't I or Chris Cockrell allowed to speak to the Human Rights Commission? So they get to pick and choose what issues they want to take on, and they can choose to ignore people like me that they don't agree with politically. And one of the things about human rights is political persecution. You guys should know that, like when you fired Todd White last week for his political beliefs. So you guys know all about that. And so yeah, I'm 50-50. Part of me thinks, you know what, you made your bed, you got to lie in it and suffer through the Human Rights Commission scam, sham, whatever, forever and ever in perpetuity. And the other part of me thinks it should just be completely dissolved. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of the county's time. Everybody has human rights. Some are greater than others, but we all know that today, right? So yeah, good luck with that.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan. I would ask, if possible, that a bit more transparency be shared as to how this agenda item morphed from the meeting where I listened and you were appointing people to various commissions, and there was a vacancy in the supervisor. And now it appears to be that we're talking about the commission as a whole. As a citizen, my expectation was that there would be a conversation whether or not any other supervisor wants to be on board, and indeed whether or not two supervisors are optimal. As clarified, not every commission has supervisors on it. I have attended through Zoom meetings and thought that Supervisor Heidel and Supervisor Novosol did a wonderful job of clarifying the role of the commission. Obviously, the area of human rights, if you look at the national, state, and local discourse, is highly controversial. And the outcome from my perspective was the educational approach to this problem. I do not feel that such an approach is mutually exclusive. I think this county should be commended for working through the controversies, coming up with a commission that's focusing on education, as pointed out, a wonderful forum on the homeless, and I know that they have similar educational events already planned. So I'm concerned that we don't have a report from the commission getting their input. I'm concerned that all the work that Supervisor Heidel and Supervisor Novosol did seems to be up for conversation and review, which doesn't seem appropriate in terms of transparency. And I would just urge you to focus back on the main item. Is this commission strong enough through the work of your colleagues that one supervisor is sufficient, and give some direction as to strengthening the educational component? More is better if done right, in my opinion, in this realm. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Colleen Hearn.
Good morning, board. Colleen Hearn speaking here as an individual. I just want to say I totally agree with Andy Nevis in that this commission, although it can be valuable if done properly, it appears to be more activism based. And asserting that it is a county-run commission does give the impression to folks who may not be engaged that these subjects are the priorities of the county as a whole. It seems like having county staff micromanage a commission is counterproductive of a commission and unnecessary use of resources. So really, unless it can be more broad in its approach, it will continue to be a lightning rod commission for the community, and potentially, based on what Supervisor Parlow is saying, is a drain on resources. I mean, we all have things that we're working on, and, you know, to dedicate county resources to something, it really just needs to be more broad and representative of the county as a whole. And it seems as though there might need to be more structure around it and more review of subject matter and approach to ensure that it is reaching its goal of really, you know, being inclusive of all human rights issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good evening. I mean, good morning still.
Morning.
Kathy Lishman. I think the educational events are really important. And I think that this is a time to have a conversation how to improve it. Perhaps in the future, to see what you want to do going forward, each supervisor could take a turn attending a meeting, just one supervisor at a time, just to And it's not that they're on trial, because I don't really think that. But I think if there's improvement that needs to be done, not to scrap the commission, but to move forward and how to make it better. I think in our county, it's really important that some people learn how to treat each other. There's too much meanness, and there's really no place for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board for action and direction.
Can I start?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm like,
Yes.
I just want to counter what you said, Mr. Connolly. I found it very insulting that you indicated that all I was trying to do is take down that commission. Exact opposite. Do not try to approach us. Do not.
That's not what I said.
Do not. I spent an enormous amount of time and energy trying to guide that group. And I'll be honest with you, I think that some of our callers hit it on the head. That group generally wants to be activists, and that is not something that is in the county's purview. We should not. So, and that commission has been very divisive, and it does pick and choose. And I just don't think we should spend any more time. We have so many things on our plate at the county right now. Some very big controversial ones. And we have a lot of change. So I'm going to make a motion that we disband the Human Rights Commission and instead appoint 2 supervisors to participate on the Bridging Divides El Dorado group.
I'll second it.
Just for clarification, is this motion allowable under this board item?
Or do I have to bring back an item to do so?
I would suggest bringing back an item. The way the agenda is phrased, it describes that you will provide direction to staff on how to proceed.
I
Okay,
was afraid of that. Yeah, okay.
so can you help me formulate how to bring it back in a motion? Just
I
to
think
do
it's
that?
just that simple. If you would provide, the motion would be to provide direction to staff to return with an item to disband the Human Rights Commission.
Okay.
All right.
It's
And
unfortunate we didn't
appoint-
have this agenda item written such, because now we're gonna have to hear this all again.
Yeah, I think it is appropriate to bring it back because, as you know, there are, I think this particular commission may have been formed by ordinance, so there are
Yes.
going to be some steps that would need to be followed in order to effectuate
Yes.
that direction.
And does your motion also include direct staff to bring back the dissolution of this commission and appoint 2 members, board members to,
Yeah, we would do that. So
do you want, is that included in your motion?
should that be a separate agenda item that we bring back, county council? Because it's kind of like the appointment, does that, we can do that anytime of the 2 members.
So maybe it's better to keep it.
We could do those 2 things separately. They don't have to be done together, correct?
Sorry, I may have missed that. What's the appointment?
To appoint 2 supervisors to the Bridging Divides El Dorado group to represent the county and be that liaison, but that doesn't have to go with.
It seems like it would be appropriate as a separate item.
Yeah, because they're kind of not related in a way. I think we should do that anyway, to
Okay.
be honest.
So you have an amended motion and amended second, Supervisor
Yes, I
Booth?
sure do.
Okay, great. Further discussion?
For discussion, have you contacted, Lori, the Bridging Divides leadership to determine that they are willing to take this on and that 2 members of the board would be acceptable from their perspective? I haven't talked to Ken about it. I don't know if you have, but it'd be helpful if we understood that.
I have not, and I thought that their messaging was to bring people together and bridge those differences that we have. And I feel our Human Rights Commission has failed to do that. Based on some of the calls, based on my experience, this group wants to be activists, and that is not what county government should be doing. So my only avenue for potentially bridging these divides that we have, that seems to be the crux of what everybody wants, is that nonprofit group. So I'm not asking them to take on anything. I think that I'm asking that we participate with them formally.
Okay, because I thought you were asking them to take on the role of facilitating a human rights discussion. Maybe I missed something there.
Nope.
So, okay, so disband and basically hope that the Bridging Divides group will do something? Is that kind of the approach?
Well, I'm hoping they do. I mean, you went to their first meeting
Right.
and we have a representative here I feel that that's our best opportunity to actually truly try to bridge these divides that we have. I mean, that's what truly I think is the heart of all of these conversations and topics, the divide among us and how we approach things and talk about things. And for whatever reason, some of that's been lost, I think, over the last couple of years. And that's the goal of this group. And so I think that, and it's under the umbrella of the foundation, which the county has a great relationship with. So I think that we should participate in that.
And by having that as a separate agenda
Right,
item,
right.
that gives us the
So-
time to have those critical conversations.
But my question is now the time to reach out to them to have a discussion, or would you rather wait to have that discussion about their receptiveness of taking
Having
on?
us on, we were all invited, I believe, to participate. I know I was, I just couldn't make it.
Right.
So I think that they want to.
But there is an
include-
active group that's been defined. In fact,
Okay.
there's multiple groups and they're all working on specific projects. So I don't know.
Would you like to take that on and then bring an item
I
back
would
to the
certainly be
board? I
open
think
to
that they
talking
will.
to Ken and finding out
That'd be
if they're
great.
willing to do that and
that'd be
report
great.
back if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
I don't want to meddle in something if you already had started something.
I
so.
have not started it. I just
Okay.
know we are all
Sounds
invited
All
to
right.
participate.
All right, very good.
I see Supervisor Lane's button.
Yeah, I'm, once again, at a disadvantage of just, just being here for right now. The reason why I'm uncomfortable with just disbanding is I do think that we, as the Board of Supervisors who have created this commission, have a responsibility, if we believe that it's going in a direction we don't want it to go, to articulate that and give the commission an opportunity to respond. At a very least, give the current commission an opportunity, they will have heard this meeting, to provide input before we just go to disband. I had the same question with regards to, has this other organization even been approached? I think we're just moving too fast with something that's very important. So I would like to have input from the commissioners with regards to their thoughts on how to proceed. I heard consistently from a lot of people that spoke that they feel the educational element of this commission has been good. And I certainly heard from Supervisor Parlin that you believe that they're going outside of some scope that I don't think they have. So I think there needs to be a conversation at this point. And I would not be in favor of disbanding without that communication, without that conversation.
I really appreciate that, but I think the bottom line is this board willing to allocate the resources to do this well? And so far we haven't. And I don't see that changing with all of the challenges that we are facing right now in this county and huge transition. I just don't see that as a reasonable thing to do at this time.
And we do have a motion and a second on the table. And where I so appreciate the discussion from all of us as well as the community. I think we are all in agreement that the fact that promoting, tolerance and establishing peaceful relationships and finding a way for us to work together with these different perspectives is a valuable thing to do. The question at hand is the structure of that. And so I think that is where I'm aligning. And I agree with Supervisor Parlin, the fact that this commission was formed in a clunky fashion with, a supervisor's assistant taking it on. And I sure appreciate all those efforts, but it's not sustainable. And I think this commission and the work of this group is better served without being subjugated to the whims in an ever-changing political board. It really hamstrings this committee, and we don't have the staff support for this. And I am also not willing to allocate our staff to this. There's no real county department where this fits. So I am very much in favor of those ongoing collaborative efforts and discussions to see how we can work with our community in a broader fashion to promote tolerance and inclusion and have those critical conversations where we can bridge those divides in our community. So Kim, can you read the motion?
I guess just for myself, is there a time frame you would like it brought back within? You want it brought back within 30 days, 60 days?
30 seems reasonable, just to, it's to draft some kind of a,
I think
something,
we'll
yeah.
rely on our staff. What your
that doable?
recommendation?
Apparently, I'm the staff for this one, so.
You're our counsel.
No, I will work closely with Kim in drafting the necessary documents to disband it if that is in fact the motion that passes this board. I think 60 days would
60
be an
days, yeah.
appropriate
60,
amount of time.
okay.
Yeah, it's a little time.
Will we have any further meetings then, or should we put them on hiatus until those documents are drawn, or how does that work?
Well, I suppose that's, subject to your board's discretion. I think as it stands right now, I don't believe you've appointed the full board membership to the commission. I think that was done intentionally in order to allow time for this particular discussion to take place. So it doesn't seem like there's much of a need for the committee to continue to meet while their dissolution is pending.
Okay, I just want to check on that.
All right.
And just so we're clear, since the Human Rights Commission does have an upcoming meeting at the end of the month, did you want my office to facilitate communicating with them as far as not having any additional meetings until further action from the board?
I'd be happy to draft a response with you in concert with you.
Okay, wonderful.
Kim, so it's not on you.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
absolutely.
Okay, so
I would just throw out there, though, I'm glad you brought that up. What's wrong with having them meet at the end of the month to provide a response to this body as to having heard this conversation, what their thoughts are? I mean, what's wrong with hearing from them? It feels.
With all due
it
respect,
feels
Supervisor
very
Lane, I know.
Yeah.
But we've been doing this since its inception, quite honestly. And I think it's time. We've had the same conversation, these same notes, these same words are in my notes from meetings every time we talk about the commission. We've rehashed this over and over and over. And I think it's just time. And I appreciate, and I'm so sorry that you're the newest to it. And honestly, this particular board did not create this commission. And I don't know if Supervisor Heidel, I think you're the only remaining person that was there at the time. I don't know if this board would have created it in such a way that it became, but I just don't see where we're at that we can fix it. It needs a complete overhaul. And I don't see that any of us have the wherewithal to do it right now.
And we don't have the resources to support it.
Right, and maybe in the future, when one of us has an idea of a better plan and a more thoughtful path, it can always be brought back. That's that. But I think at this time, where we're at right now, we just need to stop. I'm very sincere. I know I have personally spent a lot of time on this issue, and it's just these same concerns keep being brought up over and over and over. And I just don't think we should spend any more time on it. We need to look at something more productive and positive.
So there is a motion on the table.
So as I hear it, I have a motion by Supervisor Parlin, second by Supervisor Turnbull, to direct staff to return to the board within 60 days with an item to disband the Human Rights Commission.
So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-2. So thank you for this difficult conversation. Look forward to furthering dialogue to see where we go from here.
And to be clear, that was Supervisor Heidel and Supervisor Lane voting no.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, so with that, we have our 11 o'clock item. We're going to recess for 5 minutes for the board to take a bathroom break while we invite our law enforcement partners into the boardroom for our next agenda item. So we'll be back in a few All right, it is 11:30 and we are back. Thank you for allowing us to take a little break. And with that, we'll have our 11 o'clock item. Kim?
Item number 41 comes from Supervisor Turnbull, recommending the board rename the public safety facility to the Sheriff John DiAgostini Public Safety Facility and direct the Chief Administrative Office Facilities Division to procure and install appropriate signage on the face of the building above the front doors upon confirmation of receiving private donations to cover the cost.
We are delighted to welcome our law enforcement personnel into our board chambers today. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. All right, Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I just want to say, John DiAgostini has been one of the best sheriffs in the long history of El Dorado County. John changed the culture of his department. Through John's leadership, the EDSO grew to a strong and law enforcement officer presence and gained community trust with continual outreach. The excellent performance of the sheriff's deputies earned public national recognition through a television show that exposed real-world scenarios. John went the extra mile to offer his own property as an evacuation site for the Caldor fire victims. Despite being at risk with the evacuation himself, few elected officials made that kind of positive impact on a community as John DiAgostini. One of his most achievements was getting the new public safety facility built for our community. The need for the public safety facility goes back to the early 80s. The jail and the headquarters built around the 1970 did not account for the future growth of the capacity. In 1996, a study was performed that showed the new sheriff's facility was needed. In the early 2000s, another study was completed and showed that it was necessary that a new facility had to be built at some point. Many sheriffs have attempted to get the project off the ground, but it took John DiAgostini to get the job done. The spark compelled the new sheriff to open the new facility. Plan took place on the day of his swearing in, and there was heavy rainfall and there were garbage cans laid throughout the sheriff's headquarters, captured the water from the leaks from the roof in the old facility. This is a day of the vision for John getting a new public safety facility was born January 3rd, 2011. The SO was paying roughly $238,000 in rents throughout our county, had personnel spread throughout the county, separated from each other, which bogged down productivity and efficiency. Division locations, investigations, Perez Road, personnel, Broadway, communications, Diamond Springs, Fitchell, dispatch, OES, IT were the county office spaces away from where the sheriff sat. Unity, supervision, and operational efficiency was very much compromised. Environmental issues were very much present. The shooting range deputies used to qualify and meet post requirements was off-site at the El Dorado Rod and Gun Club. Care for the deceased was not being done through standard deserved by El Dorado County citizens. We needed our own morgue. These were just a few of the reasons a new facility was badly needed. Not to mention that the old facility was rat infestation. We're stealing ammo and bringing explosive gunpowder back into the bowls of the building. Sheriff DiAgostini set a standard for performing due diligence needed to carry out significant facilities projects. Over 10 meetings we worked for you, community meetings were conducted. Outreach was done at the initial stages of the project, and after the design phase, so public input was heard. Staff input and the involvement of the project was also a part of the project plan and was very much a paramount. Utilizing staff to be heavily involved in the design of the building was deliberately done to bring the agency together with a development pride among the sheriff's office and other county departments involved. Lastly, the public safety facility is a state-of-the-art facility and is built in the account for the future 50 years ahead. One of the things that I want to bring up, there's been numerous sheriff's departments that are named throughout the United States after their retired sheriffs. One example is in Pima, Arizona. And this was a board agenda. naming a Pima County Sheriff's Department headquarters building in honor to retired Sheriff Clarence W. Dupink. Staff recommends approval of Pima County's Sheriff's Department headquarters to be named in the honor of retired Sheriff Clarence Dupink. In recognition of demonstrated commitment, leadership, and dedication to the public safety and the citizens of Pima County, and that staff be directed to install the appropriate signage on that building. It approved 5-0. There's been many other places too, like Martin Luther King Boulevard. There's 3 facilities there, public facilities that are named after sheriffs in their honor. So that's one of the reasons why I'm recommending this today in the honor of John D'Agostini.
Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull, for that thoughtful and introspective look at where we've been and how we've got here and the accomplishment that is before us today to be honored. Thank you for that. Any board member comments or questions? Supervisor Parlin.
I've given this a lot of thought. Generally speaking, I'm not a big fan of renaming our county buildings. I'm just not. And I know that when this item came about, I had a lot of folks contact me and say, well, normally you rename buildings after dead people. And I mean, generally speaking, that's accurate, but you don't have to. I don't think that renaming a building should be taken lightly. And I think one of the things that's just really stuck in my mind, and I don't remember what meeting it was or if I was on the board yet, I couldn't tell you, but I do remember Sheriff D'Agostini saying to whatever group I was with that day at whatever meeting, he made it very clear that that building belongs to the public. It's not his building. And that really stuck with me. And I appreciated that. Yeah, it was his vision, you know, that he pushed it along, because Supervisor Trimmy was right. That building was in the work for decades because it was a huge lift. And Sheriff D'Agostini was able to bring that vision to fruition with a lot of, it was a team effort throughout the county. And I really think that renaming the building isn't the best approach to commemorating that vision that he brought. So last night on my way home, I had to stop at my mom's in Diamond Springs. So I drove by the building and I got out and walked around and looked at it. And in my mind, I really think that the entry to the building in the front has kind of a, with the bollards there and everything and the eagle statue, it has kind of a plaza type feeling to it. And I think that what I envision when I look at it in a way to commemorate Sheriff D'Agostini's vision would be more of something there in this plaza where you're down with it and you can read it as you're entering, and some kind of a plaque with his image on it and a sentence or two about his vision. Because putting the name on the building, yeah, that's great, but it's not going to say a lot about it. And I'm just keeping it real, in 30 or 40 years, the name up there isn't going to be as meaningful as a visionary statement that everybody can see as they walk in. So I'm not really very supportive of the renaming. I think that there's a more meaningful way to commemorate his vision with this. So that's kind of where I'm headed. I know the focus has been on renaming the building, but when you're entering it, you're there. You don't even see up above, quite honestly. So those are just some thoughts I had when I was standing there in front of the building last night.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Any other supervisor comments at this time?
I want to hear from the public.
All right, great. I too support, I strongly support this item coming forward in recognition of Sheriff D'Agostini's contribution to our county. He's been obviously a staunch supporter of our Constitution. he's had an unwavering commitment to the security and the safety of the citizens of El Dorado County. And as was articulated, he was a champion of making sure that El Dorado County had a state-of-the-art public safety facility to serve us for decades to come. And what the ultimate form of that recognition and honor looks like, I look forward to hearing from the public, but I do support this board item moving forward. So with that, love to hear from you. And thank you everyone for being here present in our board chambers.
Now taking public comment on item number 41. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Julie LeConte. I'm a 30-year El Dorado County resident. My husband and I currently reside in Camino. I wasn't planning on speaking this morning, but I kind of felt compelled. So first of all, I'm here in support of renaming the building. I really appreciate Supervisor Turnbow's proposal. But I just kind of like to speak to Lori Parlin's statement. I love the idea of the plaza and a plaque, and I think it would be great to incorporate that into renaming the building and putting a commemorative plaque down on the ground where everybody, or on the side of the building where everybody could see it. I think that's a marvelous addition. The other thing I would just like to remind everybody is that it's my understanding, my remembrance, that our El Dorado County Sheriff is an elected position. So the people voted for this man to be our wonderful sheriff multiple times. And I think that that speaks volumes. And I think that that shouldn't be discounted, because our voting is our voice. And if we esteemed John D'Agostini enough to vote for him, and he won in the majority, then that's how our country and our county operates, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jack Thompson, and I'm a district representative in the El Dorado County area for Congressman Kevin Kiley. He regrets that he is not able to attend today, but I am pleased to provide a statement on his behalf. The statement reads, after 28 years of diligently keeping our community safe, Sheriff John D'Agostini is most deserving of the distinction of having a local building named in his honor. He was an exceptional leader as El Dorado County Sheriff and went above and beyond to care for the needs of our communities. When the Caldor fire decimated Grizzly Flats and other areas, he opened up his very own family compound to provide for the victims of the fire. This was just one of the many acts that made him such a remarkable leader. His engagement and commitment to this county is unmatched. There is no doubt that through his many years of service, countless lives have been changed. The impact he has made will be felt for many generations to come. For these reasons and more, I am in full support of this measure. Signed, Kevin Kiley, Congressman for California's 3rd Congressional District. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Jack, on behalf of Congressman Kiley.
Of course, thanks.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Hervé Lecomte, a resident of Camino. I'm going to cry because one day my wife and I, we witnessed firsthand the death of Juliana in Camino. And guess what? A few days later, a chaplain that was connected with EDSO showed up at my door. Who do you think sent that chaplain? Sheriff D'Agostini and his wife. I will remember that for the rest of my life. The support. I really don't know what Sheriff D'Agostini day job was. I have no idea. I don't deal with what's going on, bad guys out there. But there is a few things I want to mention also is one day I cornered Sheriff D'Agostini. I believe me, he's always busy. I said, give me 10 minutes. He said, okay, follow me. That meeting lasted 6 minutes. I asked him if I could do a run a few miles to raise money for the 5 police officers who was murdered in Dallas. He said yes. That was it. Efficiency, done. He sent the check directly. I told him 50% for El Dorado County, 50% for the police officers. He sent the entire money there. Another thing, on behalf of Military Family Support Group, I am the chairman of Military Family Support Group, helping families and the veterans. And I asked him, can I do a briefing to some deputies at the 2 jails? If they can identify veterans that need help, deputies can tell those prisoners, I don't know, you call them, to call us and we help them. Guess what? Sheriff D'Agostini said, yes, it was done. Efficiency and very perfect. One thing I want to mention to Larry Pauline, I 100% agree with you. Because somebody is going to drive by Sheriff D'Agostini. Who is that guy? But your idea about the plaque saying who he was is brilliant. It's brilliant. Now, in the country I'm from, France and Europe, yes, we name people. We name people when they're dead. You know, these painters. Well, I don't think D'Agostini was a painter, so let's do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LeConte. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, board. How are you and staff? Thank you for this opportunity today to talk about this item. I very much in support of it, representing the Veerkamp families throughout El Dorado County on this item. Lori, I like your idea. I think it's great, and it does, mean a lot to have that a descriptor of why the building would be named. Being a past supervisor, we named the Gilmore Center in El Dorado Hills after somebody that was passed that gave her heart and soul to the county and our seniors. I think John D'Agostini has given his heart and soul to the public safety, not only facility. I sat up there as you are now and went through numerous meetings and processes through the building of that facility, the value added committees, as well as all of the administrative functions of building design and so forth. And when it all came down to whenever there was a tough decision to be made, it was John's heart, John's people, and his ability to get the people behind him as well. And I believe this county very well, obviously being voted in numerous times, he was very well supported by not only their people, but the staff that's here today. And I think very fitting, and I'd certainly like something being named before they're gone than obviously after. So this would carry on the legacy. The D'Agostini name in this county is worthy of it itself. So John just put him over the top, and he certainly did it and is very deserving of this honor, which I believe should be for the public safety facility. So thanks for the opportunity again. George, thanks for bringing the item forward. I think it is definitely worthy, and let's get her done, as John would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this matter?
Good morning again. I appreciate all the sentiments for Sheriff D'Agostini and his service. He served for 12 years as sheriff, but he's not the longest serving sheriff in El Dorado County, as just one item. I would object to voting to rename the facility just as a matter of public policy, and I've outlined some reasons here. First of all, we don't appear to have a public naming policy for public buildings. And until we do, I'm not in favor of naming any building for anybody, regardless of how laudable their service is. If you're going to do something in terms of the county, it should be done in accordance with public policy. And since we don't appear to have that, then I would suggest that we don't move forward with this item until we do. We do have policies for naming things. There's a significant ordinance section on naming roads, for example, and there's 19 standards for naming roads that are already in the ordinance code. Second, the public safety facility already has an established name. It's the El Dorado County Public Safety Facility, and there's pictures of the signage at the entrance to that. And above the building, it says El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. And adjacent to the door on the left-hand side is a plaque based on the people that approved it, the Board of Supervisors. It says County of El Dorado Public Safety Facility. It lists the Board of Supervisors names. It lists the architect, the contractors, and the architect. That's been there since September of 2019. It does not include Sheriff DeAugustini. And if his contribution was so significant, then it should be there. And I agree with Supervisor Parlin. His efforts to create this building are notable, but I don't think renaming the facility is the right choice. I think to commemorate those in a similar kind of plaque, to give credit to him and what he did to create the facility is worthy, but I'm not in favor of renaming a public building for an individual who just retired. His name has already been on the building as a third reason. When you go to the building, if you look on the windows, on each side of the doors, you have the name of the current sheriff. His name was there when he was an elected official, and the further sheriffs that will follow will have their names on the building. But that's during their term of service, and that's appropriate because they're the sheriff that was elected by the people. As you mentioned, Supervisor Parlin, when the building was dedicated and a giant eagle was dedicated, Sheriff DeAugustini dedicated that to the men and the women of El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. He's dedicated the building to them as it should be. It's the people's building and it's served by all the sheriffs, not just one individual at this moment in time. A major reason that I would object to that is number 5. This motion is not just to rename the building, but it's contingent on receiving and approving private funds for doing that. But what is the identity of those funds and the funders? And none of that's on the record. And so absent any formal policy and questions about, I recommend you vote no. Thank you.
Nice to see you, Janine. Come on down. Welcome.
It's not afternoon yet, so good morning, board and staff. My name is Janine DeAugustini, and I am the wife of the newly retired El Dorado County Sheriff John DeAugustini. You have no doubt heard many accounts of the numerous attempts to build the sheriff's headquarters, and countless attempts have previously failed until 2019. The achievement took a massive team of dedicated people to make it happen. It started with seeking the community input and support, informing and involving them in the decisions. It then took 2 years of strategizing and planning, 4 years of procuring contractors, best practices in design, financing, and implementation. It then took 18 months to build. That's over 8 years of hard work and dedication. Everyone worked collaboratively as a team, and together they all made it happen. However, it took someone determined with a formative driving force to lead this project. You all know that person. John DeAugustini was the leader who could make it happen, and it was completed on time and under budget. It is an accomplishment that not only benefits the community, but also motivates and inspires the public servants who work there. It was a uniquely unified effort that everyone can be proud of. 2 small points of interest that you may not know. You mentioned the rocks. Most of those rocks that are in the landscape out in front of the sheriff's office were donated by the DeAugustini family ranch. John personally chose, loaded, and helped deliver each one of them. The Eagle Monument in the front of the building was a project with which he raised every penny to pay for. It stands as a declaration of protection and integrity. These are just a few examples of how much he cared and poured himself into the building. Public safety is not partisan. It is not political. Every one of the peace officers I know run toward danger as others are running away. They put their lives at risk in favor of others on a daily basis. They deserve a safe and healthy place to work. So it was well worth everything to make it happen. The average person works 40 hours a week and puts in 1,920 hours. That's 23,040 hours over 12 years. John put in 96,768 hours in his 12 years as sheriff. I had a few more things to say, but I'm going to run out of time. I want to say thank you, Supervisor Turnbull, for proposing this to be named after John. It's simple, doing the right thing for the right reasons. I and our family support this, and John would be very humbled and honored. And it's my hope that you would support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Believe it or not, I do have discretion as in terms of comments and people that I care about in terms of coming up to your board and speaking on. I think if you're looking for naming something, it ought to be a unique individual. And I don't think there's any other individual that I currently know in this line of work that is more unique than him. So, number one, uniqueness of the person. You know, law enforcement was a second career for him. Family came first, working for making sure that the family holdings in terms of fourth generation, the fact that he got started in Amarillo County, south of us, not in El Dorado, is kind of unique. And how he went from his first career to the career of law enforcement, and then all of the jobs he had in order to become the individual that we had here as our elected sheriff, first term, second term, third term. All of the people, at least in terms on an election perspective, made him the sheriff and continue to have him as the sheriff. People don't stay in that capacity if they're not doing a job that is important to those individuals, to those voters. I think in this particular case, place is important here. It's not just the individual buildings, but it's the place. This is a campus. It's got a lot of unique features to it. All of those came from the sheriff and his team. Remember, I've come up here and talked before about team leadership and the fact that you have to have somebody who essentially becomes that individual who can lead. That makes them special. Your choice today is a difficult choice, but I think if you put it into the terms of why he ought to be named rather than why he shouldn't be named, and come up with a pros and cons, I think he would end up being that person that you would want to remember. And in this capacity, I hope you approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. This isn't going to win me any kudos, but I object to the virtue signaling by Supervisor Turnbull on this agenda item. The public has a right to know that Sheriff DeAugustini is not the virtuous constitutional sheriff he pretends to be. During our first 2001 audio recorded meeting, the sheriff said, "You need a new board of supervisors, all of them. Hold their feet to the fire. Mine too. I work for you." A few years later, I quoted him during a BOS meeting. And that was when he ordered IT to block my ability to communicate electronically with all EDSO staff. Another example was during the July 2019 Taxpayers Association meeting when the sheriff was the guest speaker and I held his feet to the fire in the presence of 32 witnesses. One issue involved the fact that Sheriff Richard Mack of the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association confirmed to me in writing that DeAugustini has not been a member of the CSPOA for several years and apparently has no desire to be an oath keeper. Rick Aiello comments, quote, "You refuse to meet with Melody Lane or allow her to accompany other citizens into meetings for the purpose of redress of grievances. The ability to petition the government for a redress of grievances is a constitutionally secured inherent right, which you denied, thereby perjuring your oath to the Constitution. You also approved Melody's CCW permit and then maliciously rescinded that permit without just cause, which is a violation of her Second Amendment rights. You also denied Melody due process for filing multiple citizen complaints of officer misconduct, another constitutional violation. I have also seen the transcript of Melody's audio recording when she went to your office to request public information. Her request was met with repeated refusals to answer her direct questions by your staff. And then when you appeared, you threatened her with a restraining order. Where is your constitutional authority to refuse to provide public information and seek a restraining order? These are matters of truth, Sheriff. A legal maxim is that an unrebutted affidavit serves as the truth in law and before the court. But beyond that, the supreme judge over all of us knows the truth as well. And he knows that when you tell me that you are standing up for the Constitution, you are not being truthful. Then Brandy Pearman comments, the stunt DeAugustini pulled made me more angry than anything else because it was so unjust. It's not even the tower that is most upsetting, it's the corruption that's the most disturbing. Before this happened, I didn't know any better. Now I will never look at things the same, but I am not one to be in denial, even if it is uncomfortable to know the truth. If there is any signage at all, then I believe it should honor Deputy Ishmael. Madam Clerk, please enter this into the public record.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the boardroom that would like to speak? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Linnea. I am John's daughter. For those of you that do not know me, I had a speech prepared, but everybody's kind of touched on everything so far. But I just wanted to quickly tell you guys that my dad, from day one, has done everything to the best of his ability to defend this county with the most amazing honor that he possibly can. And I have watched that from behind the scenes that not everybody in the county has got to see. He is not even the one here asking for the honor of the name on the building. The community is. Yes, some people may not be in favor of it, but majority are, clearly from what you are seeing here today. He has honored the community and he wouldn't want his name on that building just because it's his name. That name stands for every person that helped to get that facility built and to have it done in time and under budget, like my mom said. It's kind of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Linnea. Appreciate it. Right.
Seeing no.
One more, come on down. Good afternoon.
You're right, it is this afternoon, isn't it? Anyway, I want to thank the board for allowing me to address you today on this subject. I couldn't have higher regard for anybody in our community. Have been lived here for 60 years almost now. I grew up in this community and I seen the SO office in total disarray in 2009. I had multiple friends that worked in different facets of the agency. Morale was at an all-time low. In comes Sheriff DeAugustini. Within 2 years, that turned 180 degrees. Fortunately, this year I had the opportunity to have Mr. DeAugustini's group reach out to me. They weren't able to use the fairgrounds to have their annual little picnic for the SO office. So I offered my ranch and I was lucky to be there in attendance. And I get goosebumps talking. The camaraderie that they have with this man is unbelievable. If you look at the guy standing against that back wall and you don't get goosebumps, you have no feelings, okay? You really don't. And I want to thank Mr. Turnbull for bringing this up. This is huge. This man deserves to be honored in our community. Mrs. Parlin, you're my supervisor. I've reached out to you many times, never get a call. So let me ask you this. If you don't believe our community supports him, I'll offer my ranch. You have a town hall. You bring your constituents and we'll tell you what we believe. I think the vote is said enough, okay? The last thing I want to finish up with today is, don't worry about resources. I've got it covered. The county won't be asked, the taxpayers won't be asked. I personally will have this covered. So when you leave here today, you know, not coming out of your budget, you give me the number, I will give you the check. Okay? So that should not be an issue. Again, thank you for your time. And Mr. Turnbull, way to stand up. You're doing what's right for our community, and it's our community. So representative government, we elect you officials to represent us. If you don't believe that's our will, then come to my place. I will give it to everybody. Have public forums. See what the general public thinks. Remember, you represent us, and we want this. And I want to thank the entire DeAugustini family for all their commitment. Janine sacrificed more than anybody in this building. Her husband's never home. He takes a task, he finishes it. Supervisor Veerkamp couldn't be more accurate. He's been here, he's seen it. John pushed us from the very beginning. And I love what Mrs. Parlin said. She added to my concerns. I don't only want his name in the biggest bold print across there, I also want a placard so you can stand on the ground. I don't want you to miss that facility. And it's a complex in its entirety, not just the sheriff's department, it's the coroner's office. So much we can do with that facility. And it's a huge in-service if we don't put that man's name on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right.
Good afternoon, Kirk Smith.
Good afternoon.
Madam Chair. Listen, I know John DeAugustini. I regard him as a friend. If I only liked people who agreed with me, it would be a very tiny list. And it's somebody who I will tell you over the years has been extraordinarily generous on many occasions, having generously argued with me at great length. And he, for me, listens. I don't know about you, as I've seen in this room, but he does listen. And I'll tell you, the law enforcement officers in this town are exceptional throughout the entire county. I've seen them elsewhere, and I've seen them here up close and personal, and they're great. I agree that we do not need to start naming buildings after people just because we honor them. Number one, it's premature. He's a young guy. He's going to be back. He's not going to get off in the sunset collecting dust on his boots. He'll be back for service. We just don't want to establish that kind of precedent. And when you're talking about following the Constitution, I've read that thing, the federal and the state, a few times, and I'll be damned if I can find anything in it about a constitutional sheriff. I keep stumbling across this business about 3 branches of government, checks and balances, but nothing that says that a sheriff can determine what laws they're going to enforce and what laws they're not going to enforce. You have a board of supervisors who recognize the pandemic, come up with one set of policy, and someone else says, who's a law enforcement officer, says, we're not going to enforce it. Look how many people in business lost money and lost their businesses following that advice. And then we have someone who says, oh, I don't like the laws related to having legal marijuana cultivation. So the public gets cheated out of tax revenue. But then don't be shocked that an illegal cartel up in Fairplay gets established to fill in the vacuum. And with all the money we have for surveillance, we didn't know what people up in Fairplay knew, that there was a drug cartel operating up there. You get a call in the middle of the night that says that plants are being stolen. They're not talking about tomato plants. And you send a guy up there on his own with no more than a backup as a guy riding along. So I have real problems with that. If you really believe in the Constitution, you believe in the 3 branches of government, checks and balances, and you believe that law enforcement means just that. You enforce the laws. This business about calling out the National Guard, I'm making a records request. I want you to tell me every single document about or concerning a threat to this community from Antifa or whatever it was. And I also want records of when you contacted the FBI, because I'll tell you there was no threat. And you say, oh, no harm, no foul. There was, because it creates terror needlessly. I didn't have any of my buildings formed up. Thank you.
Your time is up. Any other comments from the board? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Louis Mansour, and I'm constituent. John Heidal's been here in the county for 30-something years. Developed the town center. The very thing that the gentleman was saying that we housed the National Guard during the so-called riots. I was actually down in LA guarding my parents' house, which was 3 blocks away from the mayor's house. So very well know how real things were. And at that time, I was driving down to LA. I received a call from the sheriff. Said, we need your help. We need to look at the town center because we had a building under construction, which was the apartment building, and it was a tinderbox. The night before they hit the Mercedes-Benz dealership in Stockton. We have a Mercedes-Benz dealership. I also had the owner of Mercedes calling me going, what are you going to do? What can we do? My phone was ringing nonstop from here to Los Angeles. And the solution was to, yes, let's talk to our tenants and see, because the only way that it could be effectively patrolled was to shut down the businesses there. Nobody closed up because of that. I don't know where he went. Nobody shut down because of that. Okay. There was other things, and it's not the board's problem or fault. It's not the sheriff's fault, nobody. Meanwhile, what we had to do is shut down the businesses so that his people could go through and patrol and keep the town center safe, keep that tinderbox from going up in flames. Yes, they stopped people with fireworks. Yes, they had other things and they did their job. And I got to commend the entire sheriff's department and Sheriff DeAugustini for keeping this county safe through all the different things that we've had. Look, we've had not riots, but we've had fires, floods, landslides, you name it, we've had the full gamut. And where was the sheriff's department? Where was the sheriff? There every time. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis.
Thanks.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Colleen Hearn.
Hello there. I had the absolute pleasure of being introduced to Sheriff DeAugustini while working with my community group, Concerned Citizens of Cameron Park. 3 minutes is just not enough time to demonstrate the respect and admiration I have for Sheriff DeAugustini. As a community group, we found Sheriff DeAugustini to be a steadfast leader during many difficult moments in our county. Among the many was he and his family opening their home and maintaining an evacuation facility successfully during a very significant crisis, the Caldor fire. He opened his home to any and all humans and animals who needed a safe place during a tragedy. Those citizens went there because the name, DeAugustini, is a symbol of safety and stability. His name on the structure is a message to the public that this structure as well is safe and stable for El Dorado County citizens. Personally, I have not been inspired by a singular leader since my military service 28 years ago. Until I met Sheriff DeAugustini, I had not since met a leader that inspires the respect and commitment by their words, actions, commitment, and generosity to the public. His presence in a room is palpable. It is very hard in today's climate to command respect as a leader, yet, especially in law enforcement. Yet DeAugustini did it effortlessly and is unwavering. The department as a whole is a reflection of his leadership. And when we look for guidance, when Sheriff DeAugustini shows up, we all feel better. Sheriff DeAugustini's name alone represents a symbol of steadfast leadership and a commitment to serving others. Those who have had the pleasure to know him resoundingly say his name with pride. The executive board of Concerned Citizens of Cameron Park and myself personally strongly supports his name on this structure, and we would be incredibly proud to see his name on this structure in perpetuity. Thank you, and thank you so much to Sheriff DeAugustini's family, who has sacrificed so much and put your lives above anybody else's for this county. Excuse me, put the county above your own personal lives. So thank you all so much, and please enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Colleen.
Now taking public comment from Don Wolfson.
Hi, I'm Don Wolfson, Cameron Park. And with all due respect to the sheriff and everything that he's done for the county. I feel like naming a building after him literally months after he retired is way premature. And honestly, if we're gonna rename the building at all, I would like the board to at least consider naming it after one of the deputies who was killed in the line of duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi. Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon, Tingle Spring. Obviously, if it's a popularity contest, then the building's name should be changed. We elect you to do good governance, a deliberative process, not a popularity process. So I feel that, as with other discussions, taking the time, looking at your policies, looking at the big picture is the appropriate response today, not taking action to rename the People's Public Safety Facility. I think you could gather input if you want to name buildings after you build a policy and decide how many buildings are you going to name and what is the criteria. You have so many other options to honor our sheriff. The plaza idea, there's rooms inside the facility that have been named for significant events and places. I think those are things that need to be part of this conversation. Fundamentally, it just feels so early, and I will close by looking up and sharing Pima County, which was shared by Supervisor Turnbow. That Board of Supervisors waited more than 6, almost 7 years to decide to rename a building after a retired sheriff. So that to me is a much better precedent than the popularity contest that seems to be unfolding. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Kimberly Pruitt.
Good afternoon. This is Kimberly Pruitt, Community Outreach Director for Congressman Tom McClintock, and I'm calling on behalf of Congressman McClintock in strong support of naming the public safety facility after Sheriff John DiAgostini. His commitment to El Dorado County and keeping the constituents and the county safe for all of these years is commendable, and we are here today to support him in the naming of the facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, well, thank you all. And like to thank you, Sheriff Lykoff and Under Sheriff Golmitz, as well as all of our law enforcement personnel for being with us today, in addition to the DiAgostini family. And I bring this back to the board for deliberation and action.
I'll make a motion that we approve this item.
Did you want to, I'm going to throw this out there. Did you want to incorporate Supervisor Parlin's idea of a commemorative plaque as well?
As well, that was part of the my idea, that what I was going to bring forward. We were also going to put a plaque too.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So
So I will second that.
That yeah, because it's not the original motion.
well, I'll add that to
Yeah,
it.
please.
Okay.
Okay, yes. Okay, so
Can I ask a question for clarification?
sure.
Yeah.
Would the plaque only contain information on Sheriff DiAgostini, or would it also recognize some of the other major contributions that went into getting that building built? Perhaps Deputy Ishmael? I mean, how would you see that commemorative plaque or whatever it becomes being, and maybe this goes to Supervisor Parlin, because I think that's a great idea. I think there's some things there that we could really make the public aware of the significance of our law enforcement
Yeah.
agency and the fact that it isn't just one contribution. There's a lot of other people that participated in that.
Mhm.
I personally thank Supervisor Veerkamp for pushing the funding that allowed us to do that, because not being on the board, which at the point in time the board made the decision to move forward with building that public safety facility, the biggest question I had was, how are you going to pay for it? But the USDA loan at the interest rate we have over 40 years is just an incredible way to fund those kinds of things. And if to me, that was the breakthrough.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to see more recognition than just one person on a maybe it's separate commemorative plaques, but I think we could do it right with a
Yeah.
little bit of thought and stuff and make sure that people who were very significant, including past sheriffs, because there were a number of sheriffs that advocated for this for a number, we just need to consider that overall picture, in my opinion, not just talk about a commemorative plaque for just Sheriff D'Agostini.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know also that the shooting range is dedicated to Brian Ishmael.
Yeah.
So you knew
Very
that.
appropriate,
Okay.
very
Right, right,
appropriate.
right.
Now, my understanding of your concept, Supervisor Parlin, was that this would be a commemorative plaque articulating the vision of this public safety facility. Was that, do you want to articulate that a little more to see what
Right.
Supervisor Turnbull wants to incorporate in his motion?
Okay.
No
Yes.
pressure.
Yeah, I know. I'm known for being awkward on these board meetings. I honestly do not support renaming the building
Okay.
because we don't have a policy. That's actually why we're here today. We don't have a policy. And we should be making policy-driven decisions. I think that renaming a building should not be taken lightly. I truly believe that, and it should be given some thought. And I think we need the opportunity to create a policy, which is why I suggested the plaza plaque kind of concept instead. So I'm concerned that there's no pressure to do this today. And I think we need to take a pause and give it a little more thought. So I don't know how to formulate that. Maybe an ad hoc on the board to look at other options, what other counties do, some policies. We are going to be building a lot of buildings in El Dorado County in the next several years. And I think we need to be thoughtful about this. So I suggested the plaque because in my mind, it's actually more meaningful and thoughtful because you can put your messaging on there, create that vision statement. I had seen in my mind, of course, I had an image of the Sheriff D'Agostini with the vision and all that. So, and to me, that's just far more inviting. But I just don't think we should push this today. I think we need to give it a little more thought because naming a building, it is controversial, and I appreciate everybody here today. I do. But I think that there's no hurry to do this today, and we should give it some thought. Like I said, we are going to have more buildings coming, and do we want to name on every building in the county? And I think that a lot of our county leaders do great things for our county, and I got along well with Sheriff D'Agostini, at least I thought I did. And so I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve recognition. I hope everybody knows that. But we don't have a policy. And I think that's why I'm tripping up on this. And that's actually why we have an agenda item, because if we had a policy, we probably wouldn't even have discussion. So I think that I'd like to somehow pause this and continue it and put some real thought into it on a policy-driven, because that's what we're supposed to do as a board.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Parlin. I see the CAO's button. So Tiffany.
I just wanted to ask the board prior to making a move on perhaps one or two motions there, that you include direction to staff in the CAO's office to return with options. Staff will need to explore the cost and get direction on that, which will also help inform the fundraisers on how much this is going to cost.
Okay, so direction to
our facilities staff in the CAO's office, just from a purely engineering standpoint.
To return to with cost estimates. All right. I see Supervisor Idle's button.
So in general, my philosophy in the past has been to not identify people's names on buildings until basically it's a memorial type situation, as we did for the El Dorado Hills Fire Department and Chief Seaman many years ago. We also have the Norm Rowett Pavilion in El Dorado Hills. It was named after a gentleman who put in a lot of time and effort to get the new park started and those kinds of things. So in general, that's been my position in the past, but I'm also open to exceptions. And I believe this is an exceptional situation. And I do believe that we need to have a policy on it, but I'm not adverse to moving forward with this one decision and generating the need to create a policy, because I wouldn't want to see next month, 2 more proposals for building namings. We have to have some control point, but as we did for approval of the town center apartments in El Dorado Hills, that was a change in the general plan, but it was intended to be a one-time exception due to the need that was there. And over time, you can build a policy around those things. So I'm not adverse to moving forward now with the understanding we would go back and create a policy and put things in order, because this would be the first step towards, establishing a more formal way of doing these things. In the past, we talked about, people wanting to donate benches or plaques or something rather in various settings. So we have policies on that. We don't have a policy on naming a building or buildings or rooms within a building. So I would like to see us take the effort after this to move forward with that and establish clear and concise requirements or qualifications or whatever for those things to proceed in the future. Because I think this will start and encourage interest in naming certain county buildings as they get built, or even existing buildings if they get major remodels. That's all within, I think, our ability to establish policy and establish where we want to go to represent the community. But I really appreciate everybody showing up today, turning out, because I think it's very important to hear the voice of the people, and clearly a majority of the voice of the people who are in support of this motion. So.
And as well, I appreciate your support, but I'd like to remind that in the board, we discourage clapping and those expressions so that all voices can be heard. And I thank you for respecting that. But thank you, Supervisor Heidel, for recognizing this is an exceptional situation. And I agree that bringing back a board item for us to wrestle with future protocols is a good idea. But Sheriff DeAugustini's leadership in our community has been exceptional. And as was brought out by the LeConte family, that the voters had voted him time and time again, and he has led our county through some of our darkest hours and showed up in exceptional ways. And so I think that is a point well taken. So Supervisor Turnbull, based on this discussion at all, actually, where are we with the motion, Kim? Can you articulate that, and we'll see if you.
Did you get through all the supervisors?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I thought okay, pardon me. Supervisor.
I want to hear from Supervisor Lane.
Okay, pardon me.
Well, this is, it's difficult for me because I don't know the sheriff, and I didn't have the pleasure of working with him, but from what has been presented and from what I've heard, he's everything that you say. I do think I'm concerned about setting the precedent by making this decision today without having some fencing around it. It is a public facility paid for by the public for the public. I think the idea of commemorating him in a significant way at the entrance of the building is a really good idea. I like that a lot. I'm thinking, we're going to let the horses out of the barn if we go ahead and do this without having some guidelines around it. So I would be very supportive of honoring him and the work that he's done in a different kind of way, and not naming a public facility after an individual. So and I don't, like I said, I don't know the retired sheriff. It's nothing against him. It's just public facilities and being named after people it could be a slippery slope if we don't have some teeth around it. So
I agree.
Yeah. Supervisor Turnbull's button has been pushed for a while.
Okay.
So Supervisor Turnbull.
I just want to say that, thanks for everybody to show up to support this item. I think John is a great sheriff. He really is. And he's done a lot for this community and this county. The problem is the people voted him in. They're the ones that should make the decision. And we represent the people of this county, these 5 board members. And we need to start listening to our constituents and what they want. I think this is some of the things that the clarity has, it's got to be, we got to do this. We really do. And the thing is, there's been numerous buildings throughout the United States that's been named after our local sheriffs, and local police chiefs. This is a no-brainer. John has done a great job for our community, and the people voted him in several times. You know, he would have got elected easily if he would have ran again, but he chose to retire. And I totally understand. You get burnt out on a position after a while. So I want to thank everybody for showing up here today to support this item. And I also want to thank John DiAgostini for all his hard work and his efforts to make this building and our community safe in our county. Thank you.
Supervisor Parlin.
Supervisor Turnbull, I get what you're saying. I just got reelected. Okay, so, and I know there's people here that don't agree with me and don't support me. So we can't make assumptions like you're saying. And the fact that Supervisor Hartle, you said it, that all the people in the room overwhelmingly, that's not everyone.
It isn't.
And we need to be very careful of assuming that, because we've had many issues in this county where the room will be packed. And it doesn't mean that that represents everyone. So we have to be thoughtful. And again, I'm going back to, we need a policy. And I don't want to set a precedent that we can't undo. So I'm going to try to make a motion of some kind.
There was a motion on the table.
You're making a second motion?
I'm making a second
Okay,
motion.
all right,
That's our board's practice.
absolutely.
And I'm trying to think how to formulate it though.
So real quick, just to get by you 30 seconds.
Mhm.
Can I please get some understanding around what the board's precedent is to put more than one motion on the
Yes.
floor? Because if if there is a motion on the floor, which it was confusing whether or not that happened.
Right.
But if there is, and it's approved, we're wasting time on a second motion. Why do
We
you
vote on the
put
second
two?
motion first.
That's the protocol
That's
that
the
this
protocol.
board is used.
That's our board's practice.
Okay.
County council can weigh in if appropriate to give you clarity there.
And we will get a clarity on the first motion as well. So,
And I'm good with it. I just wanted to understand.
Okay.
And I wanted to buy you
County
30 seconds.
Thank you.
County Council, would you like to weigh in?
Certainly, and I don't purport to know every in and out of Robert's Rules of Order, but the board is, I think Robert's rules would describe this as something along the lines of a substitute motion or, it's essentially an amended motion. And the practice then would be to take action on that second motion first. Should it fail, then you would go back to the original motion that was put on the floor.
Oh, she's going to amend it.
I think that's one way that Robert's Rules describes it,
Okay.
but it doesn't necessarily, it's again, more along the lines of perhaps a substitute motion.
Okay.
Substitute motion.
Okay.
I know that's been our practice for, well, when Shiva got on the board, her very first meeting, she did it. Caught everyone off guard. I'm going to make a motion that we continue this item. And I don't know, County Council, can I suggest that we do create an ad hoc to explore this more thoroughly? Is that something that can happen with the way that it's agendized?
Yes, I mean, you'd be directing staff to return with an item to create the ad hoc, or alternatively, if the direction was to commence work on a building naming policy, how those types of directions can certainly be done.
Okay. And I think that it took how many years to build this building? There's no reason that we can't take a pause and really give this some thought. And I don't want to start setting precedents. I have heard from others in the community concerns about that. We don't have policies about naming buildings, and we want to be thoughtful as a county and create policies about that. So, and make sure that it's inclusive. I know that the room is filled with mostly supporters. But our community sometimes, it's not united out there. It's just not. And I want to be thoughtful and considerate of all thoughts. And like I said, I do want to commemorate the sheriff's vision. I just want to do it differently. And there's nothing wrong with that either. So I'd like to give this board the time to explore that.
Okay, so what is your motion, Supervisor Parlin?
Continue this for what? Well, County Council, you said we should bring another item back, right? To look at an ad hoc then?
Well, I think if
We can't create one right now, is what you're
correct,
saying.
yeah, I think that you would, if that's what you desire, I think it would be to direct staff to return with an item to appoint an ad hoc and to, assuming then you could elaborate on what the scope of that ad hoc would be.
Okay, I like that idea. So to bring back an item, will that take long? Can we just do it on the next agenda? Or is it that hard to put an item like that? That's so simple?
Well, I think that the lead will likely fall within the CAO's office, but so I don't want to speak for our CAO on the timing.
If the item is just for the creation of an ad hoc, that can be done quickly.
Okay. So I'd like to propose that then, that we continue this item off calendar. Create direct staff to bring back an item to create an ad hoc so we can explore this more carefully. The building's not going anywhere, guys. We can still do this, but I really want it to be thoughtful and inclusive, and we need to be policy driven.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
So Kim, can you read that motion one more time?
So a motion was made by Supervisor Parlin, second by Supervisor Lane, to 1, continue this matter off calendar, and 2, to direct staff to bring back an item to create an ad hoc committee to address a building naming policy.
And we will be voting on this one first, but I'd also like to get clarity on the first motion. Can you read the first motion so supervisors understand what they're voting for? Thank you, Kim. Appreciate your help on this.
So a motion was made by Supervisor Turnbull, seconded by Supervisor Thomas, to approve the matter and to include a commemorative plaque in the plaza, and also to direct the CAO staff to return to the board with cost estimates.
Is that, does that stand as your motion, Supervisor Turnbull?
Yes.
Okay, and is that, so that is my second. All right, so we'll be voting on the second motion first. Do we need to read it one more time?
Yes, please.
Okay, read it one more time, the second motion first, Kim.
A motion was made by Supervisor Parlin, seconded by Supervisor Lane, to 1, continue this matter off calendar, and 2, direct staff to bring back an item to create an ad hoc committee to address a building naming policy.
Okay, so all those in favor of the second motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No.
The second motion fails 3-2 with Supervisors Turnbull, Hydall, and Thomas dissenting. And
Yeah,
yes, not.
they don't support it.
Don't support the second motion, right? So the first motion, I know. Supervisor Turnbull, I seconded your motion. Would you consider amending it to also add, bring back at a future board item? Let me see how we say that. Consider adding direction to staff to return with a policy on the naming of public facilities.
Yeah,
So-
we could do that. Yeah.
Okay, would you, and I would amend my second to
Okay,
include
all
that
right.
based on
Sounds
the
good.
board's discretion.
Okay.
So for clarity, you're asking staff to provide a policy as opposed to establish an ad hoc to generate a policy. Is
I
that the
don't
difference?
think we need to have an ad hoc. I
Okay,
think
I'm
we
just trying to
need
understand it.
Yeah, I don't think we need.
So you're
an
just
ad
saying
hoc.
staff is going to do that on their own.
Right.
Consider to add direction to staff to
Exactly.
return with a policy on the naming of public buildings.
Right.
Okay. So then I amend my second.
Okay.
All right. So Kim, let's read it one more time.
Okay, a motion was made by Supervisor Turnbull, seconded by Supervisor Thomas to approve this matter to include I don't know why I cannot say that word, sorry, to include a plaque in the plaza, to direct the CAO staff to return to the board with cost estimates, and 3, to direct staff to return to the board with a policy address, a building naming policy.
Okay,
Can I ask a clarifying question?
you may.
I would like to ask of staff, how long is it going to take to come up with this policy you've been asked to create? I mean, are we talking about 2 months, 6 months? What kind of inputs were you going to get? Because this is a policy that has to be very, very broad in terms of looking at all aspects of naming facilities. And I personally believe it would be helpful if a board participation was involved with that.
Yes.
But I want to ask you what you think the timeline would be, and are you willing to accept this direction?
All right, so first, including having staff return to the board for cost estimates, because I was going to ask for timeframes here. I think we can do that in a relatively short period of time. So return within 4 weeks with cost estimates so as not to slow this process that the board is voting on right here. With regard to the policy, that will take more time. If the board wants to have an ad hoc committee to work with staff on that policy, that's completely fine. We would then return to the board, as we were discussing with Supervisor Parlin's motion, for the formation of the ad hoc committee and for staff to work on the policy. Given our current resources in the CAO's office, I believe that CAO should take the lead on this, but just given our current resources, I would, we're looking at probably 6 months. And I know that sounds a little long, but
no, it doesn't. Not considering all the transitions we're under.
So I would ask for that time for that.
And the returning to the board with a policy or creation of ad hoc is entirely separate. We're returning with cost estimates. Those do not need to go together.
That's correct.
Yes,
I want to make
because
that
they're
clear.
separate agenda items. So once again, Supervisor Turnbull, would you amend the motion to, do you like the idea of the ad hoc committee rather than staff developing the policy?
If that's what CEO recommends.
That'd probably be a bigger support for our CAO staff.
Okay,
They need some input.
all right,
So,
okay.
okay. So the creation of an ad hoc, not just bringing back a policy.
Right.
All right, so it is amended. I will amend my second. So all those in favor of the first motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No, and
So-
I'd like the record to reflect that I really think we should not be naming buildings without a policy. And I do support some commemorative signage for the sheriff, absolutely.
So the motion carries 3-2 with Supervisors Parlin and Lane dissenting. But thank you all for being with us in this discussion. We appreciate you being here. And thank you for being part. And we do all recognize and honor our retired Sheriff D'Agostini. Thank you so much. So with that, it is 12:40. What is the board's pleasure? Do you want to return at 1:15 or 1:30 for lunch? Recognizing it went, we have 1 o'clock, public forum.
Session?
We only have closed session.
Let's do 1:30.
Okay, yeah, the board will recess until 1:30 where we will take public comment. Thank you all. Perfect. Well, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience and allowing us to recess until 1:30 so we could get a lunch break. So at this point, we are on public comment. Kim, would you read that?
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on down. Anyone that wishes to address this board. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Selby with the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Coalition. On behalf of our coalition and the communities of Diamond Springs and El Dorado, I welcome Supervisor Lane to this board.
Thank you.
As a refresher for the new year and to introduce Supervisor Lane to the project, Larry Rolla and I will both speak today regarding Dorado Oaks, a large and dense housing development planned for Diamond Springs on a 142-acre parcel behind Fowler Lane. The main entrance will be via Faith Lane next to Deb's Frosty. As currently proposed, Dorado Oaks includes 382 residential units, including single-family homes and densely packed multifamily units. One of the proposed plans for addressing the traffic this project will bring includes a roundabout at Faith Lane and Pleasant Valley Road, necessitating the removal of the historic brick carpenter building, Deb's Frosty, and the large lot where our weekly flea market has been held for over 20 years. A representative for the developer indicated in July 2022 that the townhomes and single-family homes in Dorado Oaks will sell for $450,000 to $750,000. As we await the final environmental impact report for Dorado Oaks, our coalition has been working to inform and educate the public about the project, and also to gather their input to share with this board. The results of a recent poll of residents in the area indicate that the greatest concern by far is traffic impact, followed by emergency evacuation and water resources. In addition to the recent poll, we've collected over 500 signatures on a petition in opposition to Dorado Oaks. The petition outlines several areas of concern over the project, including traffic, emergency evacuation, emergency services, water, and preserving our historic small town. We've emailed our comments today, as well as copies of the signed petitions to the board and to the planner assigned to the Dorado Oaks project. If approved, Dorado Oaks will forever change the towns of Diamond Springs and El Dorado, turning a unique and historic place that residents have chosen as their hometown into a mess of snarled traffic and densely packed mass development consisting of homes that are financially unattainable for most who live here. The traffic impacts from Dorado Oaks, especially when combined with increased traffic from other pending projects in the area, will be felt by anyone who drives Missouri Flat Road, making this project a countywide issue. Thank you for the opportunity to share the community's concerns over Dorado Oaks.
Thank you, Alicia.
Welcome.
Hello, Larry.
Hi, Larry Rolla with Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Coalition. The petition drive we conducted clearly indicates the people's desire with regards to high-density housing in a county with limited infrastructure. In addition to the petition drive, we have shared numerous community surveys with the board and held town hall meetings with our District 3 supervisor. Our supervisor should know by now that the overwhelming majority of people living in Diamond Springs and El Dorado feel that Dorado Oaks does not fit well within our community. As our representative, I would hope that she would do the right thing when it comes time to vote. Now comes the question on the remaining 4 supervisors and how they understand the impact a development of this magnitude will have on our community. Do you base your vote on the people's desire in your districts, the impact it will have on District 3 community, or is it clearly a matter of increased revenue and tax base at the expense of the current residents? It's unclear how you understand the will of the people you represent and factor that into your decision-making. Rest assured that very few residents in Diamond Springs community, less than 5%, want more high-density housing in our small town. I say more because within the town of Diamond Springs, we currently have 4 mobile home communities which provide high-density, affordable housing. Plus, with the current estimates from the developer, Dorado Oaks development will not provide affordable housing. Here are some of the facts that you need to think about when the Dorado Oaks development comes up for a vote. This is not affordable housing. $450K for a townhome and $750K for a single family home is not affordable. Over 700 additional cars and traffic level of service goes to F rating at Faith Lane as a result of this development. A roundabout or 2 new traffic lights will not reduce the number of additional cars. The historic Carpenters building will be destroyed with one of the roundabout proposals. 10 downtown businesses will be impacted with 2 new traffic lights. This one development will increase the population of Diamond Springs by 10%. Our emergency services will be stretched even thinner. So the population of Diamond Springs in 1980 was 2,287 people with 1 fire engine. In 2022, it's grown to 11,407 people with 1 fire engine. The bypass, which has been in the works for over 20 years, has not accounted for all the new cars as a result of the massive proposed developments for Diamond Springs. Emergency evacuation on Pleasant Valley Road, as with the Caldor fire, is a nightmare. These developments will only add fuel to the fire. Recently, the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Coalition met with 5 other coalitions from El Dorado County. We're now joining forces to form a joint coalition that can better oversee what our elected officials and government departments are attempting to ram down our throats. Together, we will be able to share our concerns to make sure all supervisors understand our concerns. Thank you.
Larry. Good afternoon.
Hi, Linda Colombo, Nashville. I consider Diamond Springs, El Dorado as part of my family because I don't have a town. I've been involved with the Dorado Oaks situation. I wondered if there is any way I can get a copy of the original EIR, the original proposed subdivision, because it's been since 1978 that this thing's been going on. I know for a fact that we've had a number of supervisors, not only Nutting and Turnbull and whoever was before Nutting, and and you go on. And then also when you look at the people who were running the planning department, they've changed over time. I've got knowledge of an area of about 10 acres in the subdivision that has 32 houses planned. It's on the cliff. It's an 80 to 120 foot cliff that's right behind these houses on the east side of the subdivision. There's an area that is rows of rocks. It looks like an archaeological site. I've done some investigating on it. I think I know what it is. It's not mentioned in any of the paperwork that I've seen, so I'd like to go back and see if it was addressed, at least because it's going to be obliterated. There's also a location where there's a tree, yay big, beautiful black gnarly roots, a hole yay big, and in that hole is a roaring river. It's flowing like mad. I went to EID, they say they don't think it's sewage, so it's something else that's going on in there that's roaring since we had this big flood. It could be an air hole, it could be part of a mine that hasn't been recorded. And so that's underneath the whole subdivision, which I think is something that needs to be addressed. If it's not in the EIR, I see that they're building houses and doing things there. So that's a big thing. So it's the intersection of section 25, 30, 31, and 36, if you want to look it up on your maps. And it's pretty easy to locate this archaeological potential. It is probably historic, even if it came anywhere from 1982 onward. It becomes a historic site. Why wasn't it addressed? How do I get a copy of the EIR? I was told go to the webpage. And the history of the changes that were made, and was the public noticed for any of these changes. Sunrise and Tullis Mine, there's 82 apparently townhouses or apartments going in that area. And I talked to a neighbor, Corey Ward. He didn't even know that was in the works at this point. So they've been noticed originally, but haven't been noticed as things change. So I think those are things that the board needs to look at. So there you go. And I did it all in 30 minutes.
Nicely done, Linda.
Thank
Nicely
you.
done. Thank you. Good afternoon, Bill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Mark Riffey, and I'm the Director of Customer Service for Pioneer Community Energy. Just wanted to give you an update as of 2023, where we're at and what we've been experiencing over the last year here in El Dorado County. As a reminder, Pioneer Community Energy is a locally owned nonprofit electricity provider, powering the communities we serve, including the city of Placerville and most of unincorporated El Dorado County, with competitive rates, reliable service, and a choice of energy options. Pioneer has been serving customers for 5 years, including the last year with El Dorado County. During that time period, the focus of our board has resulted in over $40 million in savings for our customers. Our governing board, which includes Supervisor Heidel, recently approved Pioneer's rate changes for 2023 that supports a discount greater than 19% when compared to PG&E's generation portion of the bill. This will result in a projected $18 million in savings for El Dorado County customers and over $46 million for all of our customers service territory wide, and that is just in 2023. A household that is an average energy user, which assumes 650 kWh per month, will save over $235 to $250 per year with Pioneer. As a reminder, Pioneer is the provider of electricity, but your natural gas and the electric transmission and distribution costs are still the responsibility from PG&E. For those of us with natural gas or even propane, we're experiencing high bills right now, and we all understand that, and we see that every month. As a result, Pioneer would like to provide a few pointers and tips that can help customers, residents, and businesses reduce their costs. First off, the easy choice is for those customers that have opted out of Pioneer, they can return at any time and start realizing those savings immediately. Secondly, our website has many low to no cost energy saving tips for natural gas or gas as well as electricity. We encourage customers to go and take a look and see what applies to them. Doing simple things such as turning off lights, adjusting your thermostat, or even installing LED light bulbs will start showing savings immediately and be carried forward. And finally, for customers experiencing financial hardship, there's a section on our website which provides information about statewide programs that are facilitated by PG&E that can help all of us that are in need with paying of bills in a controlled manner. For any customers that are wishing to rejoin or join Pioneer and start realizing these savings that are being recognized by over 85% of your residents and businesses, we just encourage them to give us a call. Our 800 number, just for the sake of those folks listening, are 844-937-7466, or simply visit our website and sign up online. Our website is pioneercommunityenergy.org. One of the things that we're asking this board, we've had great support from Supervisor Heidel and Supervisor Harlan. Thank you all very much. You have a great day.
Thank you, you too. Anyone else like to address this board?
Good afternoon. I'm going to play for you a short 15-second video. It comes from the U.S. government's case against the Proud Boys in Washington, D.C. They're currently under trial for seditious conspiracy, other conspiracies, and other crimes related to January 6th. I'm going to do that because you continue to support them instead of supporting your oath of office to separate yourself from those events and those individuals. This gentleman in the center wearing the glasses, and I'm going to forward this to you. His name is Joseph Biggs, and that's Ethan Wilkie. We're on trial for seditious conspiracy.
Typically don't permit video from the public due to we can't ensure that inappropriate materials might come up. This being
I would just say this is a public
It's
video,
just-
public domain video, and it's 15 seconds in length.
I mean, the fact is, I don't know if this will be broadcast. I suppose based on the way it's being shown, it will be presented. The board protocol has been that any video materials need to be submitted in advance if they're going to be allowed at all. So if you want to recite what's happening and make your statement, Mr. Connolly, I would suggest you do so. But the board protocol has been to not allow video submissions.
We need to stick with our protocol on that. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to submit it to you along with some more information. The point that I want to make is I think it's time for you to cut fish or cut bait in regards to this issue. I've been speaking to you since January 6th. You've appointed 3 commissioners who had pre-existing ties to these groups and individuals that have been found guilty of seditious conspiracy. And that includes yesterday's 4 additional oath keepers found guilty on that charge. You took an oath of office to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. This was a constitutional convening of Congress on January 6th. You've done nothing except support those who tried to overthrow our government. So I'm asking you, who do you stand for? And what do you stand for? Are you going to support your oath of office, or are you going to support these people? Not only have you not supported your oath of office, but you committed frauds in putting these commissioners in front of us based on false information. You didn't have authority to assign 2 Veterans Affairs commissioners to vet somebody for office. And yet you did that. And then you shared the results of that vetting with everybody online in emails, apparently in violation of the Brown Act. You directed Supervisor Turnbull to vet the public's response to Commissioner Chris Cockrell, and we got a whitewash response that's a complete fraud to the facts and the circumstances of those ties that he had. So that's what I'm prepared to ask you. Where do you stand and what are you going to do about this? I'm going to continue to speak in support of the oath that I took to defend the Constitution of the United States. That's my responsibility. I'm trying to get you to be responsible. The issue is not the commissioners, it's you. It's what the law demands of you and what you refuse to do. And ultimately, you're accountable to the law. I've handed you some remarks that the county council made on January 3rd. I'm going to support that with more information to say that this has no relevance to the issue and it shouldn't be the standard if you're being silent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. On New Year's Eve at about 2:45 p.m., I reported to DOT a major rock slide that originated on my Marshall Gold Discovery Park land a few hundred feet beyond my home on Mount Murphy Road and requested signs and cones be put out immediately. At approximately 8 p.m., another landslide occurred. Later that night, a young man who had never been on Mount Murphy Road before had a close brush with death due to DOT's negligence in putting out road closure signs and cones as I had requested. On New Year's Day, the road in front of my home was still a flowing river and obstructed by large rocks, so I emailed photos and called the park to request that they at least put out cones. However, nobody from DOT or the park would return my call or emails. In fact, staff was deleting my emails without reading them. Hours later, I put on my boots and hiked down to the park where I spoke with Ranger Craig Lorge. The photos I showed him got his attention and cones were finally put out. A week later, I again called DOT and requested heavier barricades be put out to deter curiosity seekers from the danger zone. This is a public safety issue, especially in the event of a wildfire. You all should have received some very graphic photos of the Mount Murphy landslide that I sent you on January 5th. Those photos make it very evident that Mount Murphy Road will require some major engineering before any work can commence on the Mount Murphy Bridge replacement project. It would be irresponsible for DOT to spend $17 million on the Mount Murphy Bridge to nowhere when the residents on the northeast side of the river have no way of escape in the event of a wildfire. Bain Road is not an option. EDSO and DOT falsely assert that this portion of Mount Murphy Road is a dirt road. The formerly hard surface has been systematically destroyed by DOT, blading dirt and gravel atop the formerly hard surface. This dirt and gravel here does not compact into this 4-inch thick chunk of solid asphalt that ended up in front of my home on New Year's Day. or Eve. Furthermore, the fine particulate matter becomes an airborne health hazard in dry season, not to mention it washes away after the first rain, leaving potholes worse than before. OES and fire safe councils have been wasting taxpayers' resources on free giveaways like this instead of properly fixing the roads. Raphael Martinez and Lori Parlin would not return calls. So when I spoke with Shelley Wiley about addressing the public safety issue, she said, I'll have to check with Supervisor Parlin. She's my chain of command. Since then, I've heard the chirping of crickets. There are
Thank you,
6
Melody.
specific issues.
We are going to adhere to the 3-minute limit.
I know,
Thank
but
you.
again, Lori Parlin needs to respond.
Clean up, clear up, Mike. Thank you, Melody. Comments are over. Comments are over. Comments are over. Thank you. We hear you.
Please enter this into the public record.
Is there anyone else that would like to address this board before we go to our online viewers?
It's yours now.
Good
morning,
afternoon.
Board.
Good afternoon.
I know most of you know who I am, but for the record, my name is Brian DeBerry. And I'm here for 2 things regarding Dorado Oaks. Are we still on that project, right? Or you're taking comment?
It's open forum, yes.
Okay, first of all, this project, and I posted it on my Facebook site. Somebody gave me a piece of paper that back in 2004, there was a group called Save El Dorado County. They listed all the reasons when that subdivision was called Stonehenge, why it should be rejected. Nothing's been done in 19 years. It's came back with a different name. The county has done absolutely nothing in 19 years to mitigate it. That's my first comment. My second comment I direct to the board is a couple of weeks ago, I put it in the paper. I opened a challenge to the board to come sit any night between 3:30 and 5:30 in front of Deb's Frosty and watch the traffic before you make a decision and see what has been created from years of bad priorities, in my opinion, bad actions. And the people in Diamond, the people that go beyond Diamond, we're all subject to it, let alone the first responders that have to try and get out of the firehouse not too far up the road from where you guys want to put a roundabout. The roundabout is not going to save anybody anytime. It's just going to congest it more, because you can sit there and you can watch now the traffic coming up Pleasant Valley Road from El Dorado, and then the traffic coming in, trying to come down Missouri Flat Road. It's like a never ending stop, probably 2 cars between cars from 3:30 to 5:30. Any more cars on top of that situation is not going to be good for the community. It's not going to be good for the merchants, and let alone for the first responders. So I would like to know if you would accept my challenge and come sit there in front of Deb's Frosty and let me know when you'll be there. So maybe you'll come out from behind your desks, behind the dais, and actually go out in the community as a group and talk to some of the constituents you have that don't have a time to come sit here in a meeting because they're busy trying to support their families and make a living. So I'm asking for an answer. Would you guys be willing to entertain that thought?
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd ask that don't accept applause on the board, James. So every viewpoint is welcome. We want to make sure everyone feels welcome. Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, 1 comment per person. Yes. All right, moving on. Oh, if you'd like to address the board, come on down, please. Please, you must come down to the podium so we can capture your comments.
I just want to know, mine had to do with the naming of the facility you guys were talking about earlier, but we got notification the meeting wasn't until this afternoon, so we came in late.
Oh, yeah, we had that topic was before us at 11 o'clock.
So, okay, that's all I wanted to say was I wanted to make a comment about it.
Okay.
Is that okay or no? Or
Generally, we don't, because the board ruled in favor of naming, approve the item.
Well, in
So-
6 months, whatever, I'll make one.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I think we're ready for the online comments.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525. Can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
We can,
Can you hear
thank
me
you.
now?
Yes.
All right, apologize for the glitch. So my comments go to one of my continued themes, which is your good governance handbook. I liked what your county council said in terms of substitute motions. However, that's not Robert's rules. I've been trained as a parliamentarian. I urge that you do a training or an update. You use what's called Rosenberg rules, which is, as far as I know, out of the California League of Cities, which is a simplified parliamentary procedure. And again, I think you guys do an exemplary job, but as a parliamentarian, PTA, just so many groups just don't understand how to move forward as a group in a democracy, hear all your points of view. And that's what the rules of order are for. Majority voice, respect for the minority, and you're modeling that. And I think the more you can get familiar with this, the greater your contribution. I'm very concerned that you took action today by giving staff the direction concerning one of your commissions. I haven't had a chance to review the agenda to see if it referenced the specific protocol in your good governance handbook. My concern is that protocol concerning commissions says that the board will periodically review commissions for effectiveness, not that an agenda item will kind of come in, from my perspective, blindsiding both the public and the commission, and telling the commission, stop working until we basically disband you. Writing's on the wall. So Wendy, Thomas, you seem to be the swing vote, and you're a very good listener, but I'm sharing that I don't feel this is a good governance type procedure. Supervisor Lane, I respect how you urge, at least give the commission a chance to provide a report. Don't know if there's a procedural way to do that, but I would urge you to. And then finally, I would urge you to review your protocols. I know I've seen the one about videos, 3 conditions. In my experience with the First Amendment Coalition, all of that is really infringing on First Amendment rights. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All right. Thank you all for being with us this afternoon. Let's get questions. Tiffany, there was a question on the documents for Dorado Oaks. Can you, since you have a planning background, articulate where those can be found?
Those can absolutely be found within the planning department. So I heard that someone referred them to online. That's where the draft documents would be. As far as historical documents, the planning department would have those as well. They can reach out to staff and arrange for a desk appointment. They can print those documents. So,
okay, wonderful. Yep. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. And thank you all. So with that, we are, look at my protocol sheet here. We've handled all of our department matters for the day. We have 2 FROMs and a CAO's update. Is the board's pleasure to handle 2 FROMs and the CAO and then adjourn to closed session?
Yes, please.
All right. So who is up for their 2 and FROMs? Anyone ready? Yeah. All right. Shall we start with Supervisor Parlin and work down the row?
The last time we did 2 and FROMs has been a while, right? Didn't we?
It has been.
Yeah, it goes back to the first part of
We didn't do them
January.
last time.
Okay. So I'm just going to highlight things that I think are of board concern, right?
Right.
January 4th, Supervisor Heidel and I, because we were newly appointed to the Chili Bar Ad Hoc Committee, he and I met just to kind of clear our thoughts on the process. So that was just he and I, no staff at that time. Friday, January 6th, I attended the EDOK El Dorado Opportunity Knocks for Supervisor Lane because acronyms. And they did appoint their new board and asked for an update on the navigation center. But the primary purpose of that meeting, which I thought was really exciting, was to provide training for their partners on how to make referrals for housing assistance through Cal AIM Medi-Cal. And it's through called a community supports team. So presenting that on that meeting was Anthem Blue Cross, California Health and Wellness, and Kaiser Permanente, and they each gave presentations. And it's another method through this Cal AIM that we've all been hearing about so much to get housing assistance to folks, to help them, to prevent them from becoming homeless. So keep them in their homes, provide them assistance. So very exciting. I guess our community partners now have been trained and they know where to go to help refer people. So I thought that was it was good to hear, and good questions from our community partners. And I'm hoping it helps keep people in their homes and, you know, help stop. We always hear about the easiest, least expensive way to prevent homelessness is to help people stay where they are and give them that little extra that they might need. So I'm hoping this is very successful in our county. And then on Monday, the 9th, I attended my first Five Eldorado meeting, and I brought some board items for approval after that. So they put me to work right away. And then, let's see. On Thursday, the 12th in the evening, Kim, our clerk of the board, had put together a welcome kind of presentation in the evening for all our new committee and commission members. And so I gave the role of the chair presentation, which was really interesting and made me think really hard about what to share with people. And then our county council gave a Brown Act presentation, and it was all very well received by folks. I appreciated the attendance, and at the end they could do an implicit bias training if they hadn't done that yet. So I believe that this is going to be an annual thing now from now on, right, Kim, is your plan? So trying to help our commissions and committees understand their roles and what we expect of them. So I really appreciated being able to participate in that. Friday the 13th, and I am a little superstitious. Supervisor Turnview asked me to attend. Was that a 2x2, the Cameron Park? It was a 2x2, correct? 2x2. Okay. I didn't know I was on the 2x2. So, but I attended with Cameron Park CSD staff, and we discussed issues, of course, mutual concern, and primarily focused on the flooding. Cameron Park was hit so heavy. And there are some long-term, I'd say long-term solutions in the mix. It's going to take a while to resolve all that. Then on Tuesday, the 17th, late afternoon, Supervisor Thomas and I, as the board's ad hoc members of the Ranch Marketing and Winery Ordinance Ad Hoc Committee, it's like another one, we kind of hosted the workshop. And I thought it was very well attended, good questions from folks, and the staff was really able to answer most of the questions during the meeting. Some things made us go, and I appreciate staff has vowed to put together an FAQ page as a follow-up so that people can, have all those answers and questions in one place. And then just for the board's information, the next steps, and it's a very aggressive agenda. We're trying to get this done as quickly as possible. It is just an update. We did not rewrite them. So Ag Commission hearing on February 8th, Planning Commission hearing on March 9th, and then here to the board on April 11th. So fast and furious, but there's been a lot of thought, I think, in this process all along, and we've been trying to gather really good input along the way. So hopefully it's a good product that everybody understands why we're doing it. So be ready, you guys, in April. Then on Wednesday, January 18th, we had our first RCRC meeting of the year. It was really fun just to see everybody. There's been a lot of, I think about 25% of the supervisor board members changed with all the elections and people retired. And so fresh faces, got to meet new people. I missed some people that did retire though, got to say. The biggest thing that came out of it really was a lot of just business updates and that kind of stuff. But during our county concerns, member county concerns, where we roundtable it, several counties brought up the fact that Fish and Game had been holding them up from cleaning out streams. And I know that our DOT has said that we also had that issue. So I chimed in and said we shared that concern. And I'm not sure if there's going to be a follow-up effort, but definitely a huge theme that day that Fish and Game is not letting counties do necessary work. And so I'll let you know if that turns into more. And maybe I should ping Raphael and get a little input. But it's kind of nice sometimes when you go to these meetings and you realize you're not alone, but it's also sad that so many counties, like half a dozen, I think, were impacted by lack of permitting by a state agency. So anyway, and then that evening, they had the annual RCRC reception. Supervisor Haida was there. We got to say hi, and well attended. Everybody's excited for, fresh faces and new representatives there. So that was good. And I think everything else is just meetings and stuff that you guys don't need to know about. So very good.
Thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Appreciate it. Supervisor Turnbooth.
Yeah, I just want to collaborate with Lori. We did have that 2x2 meeting when the concerns of Cameron Park, especially the flooding issue, but also the issues with the ditches and stuff that are behind that, because there is a problem. And one of the things is you cannot remove the debris or soil because of fish and game, because of a lot of these laws and provisions. So we're kind of trying to work through that to try to make sure some of these are policies changed. I'm working with the new Senator Maria Amarillo Gill, and she's working on some policy changes so we can address that issue, because it's a big issue and we need to get this fixed. We really do. Also, I had a tour. We had a meeting at the food bank. It was on Thursday, and it was all the churches that are helping people distribute food throughout our county. It was a great event. There was 31 churches that were represented through our county that distribute food. Amazing. I didn't realize there was that many. I know our little church does, but I was really amazed at how many churches were representing, feeding our county. Also, I did a Cameron Park airport tour, and that was kind of amazing. They were showing me around, so that was kind of a good thing. John APAC, I listened on Zoom. He was there in person, and I liked your comments and what you said on that APAC meeting that we had. Also, John and I also attended the Chamber's Awards dinner that we've had, and that was a good event. A lot of special awards went out to all the people that have worked so diligently in our county. So that was a great event. It really was. Also, I met with a lot of constituents, issues still going on Grizzly Flat, issues with Cameron Park, and a lot of department heads meetings. So anyway.
Thank you, Supervisor Turnbooth. Supervisor Heidel.
Yes, I'm not going to repeat what's already been mentioned, but on Thursday, January 5th, Frank Porter and I, Frank representing Housing El Dorado, met with representatives from AKT Development to discuss our workforce housing needs, because since they have a project that they're planning that would be half of the project would be in Sacramento County, half in El Dorado County. We wanted to start that conversation of our workforce housing needs in particular, but also affordable housing. Frank brought several examples of multi-generational community type housing that he thought would be a good fit. So there will be some follow on to that, maybe a visitation by AKT to go to the site, which is out of state, to really understand what they have done and whether that's something that they could support here for future construction in El Dorado County. So planting those seeds, so to speak. I likewise attended the EDC COC board meeting. I was silent, but I attended kind of as the alternate member. And as a result of that, I reached out to our chair, Supervisor Thomas, asking if we could meet with staff to discuss some of the specific items that were discussed. And I'm going to get to that because we did have that meeting on the 18th. But I just wanted to relate the tie-in from the meeting on January 6th to the meeting we had on the 18th. So I'll get to that here shortly. But on Monday, the 9th, the El Dorado Hills Community Council meeting was held, and there were several things that went on there. Our guest speaker was the El Dorado County, actually, Youth Commissioner, who spoke about what's going on at Oak Ridge High School, and likewise the needs of the community for more support of teenagers, particularly in our schools and stuff. She had a great presentation. There was a lot of good dialogue and questions, but it was just excellent. I was Lauren Sumimoto that made the presentation. She is a very incredible young adult in our community, so definitely got leadership skills. And then there was a lot of discussion on the current flooding situation and recommended future actions. I want to thank DOT. Daryl Brown was there to talk to some of those things and their participation in trying to address the flooding. So I think that was important to have a presence and let
let the community know that we're not ignoring the needs. We're just trying to get to everything we can. And there are certain things that get stacked up. The Moore event on Saturday, the 14th, I know Supervisor Thomas was there. Trying to remember if any other that's it. Just Supervisor Thomas and I were there. Great event, great fundraiser, super activity. So I'll leave it at that. Tuesday, the 17th, as we know, is all special board meeting. So I'll move beyond that. On the 18th, then Supervisor Thomas and I did meet to talk with staff, Timlin James and Olivia Byron Cooper, and specifically about what was Health and Human Services readiness and plans related to the opening of the Homeless Shelter Navigation Center to get a better feel for, are we really there? What kind of metrics do we want to gather, et cetera, recognizing that Volunteers of America will have a major role, obviously, in the day-to-day operations. They are going to be the operator, but we want to make sure that the Health and Human Services services do wrap around what they're doing, and that we have a clear understanding on the board of where we're seeing successes and where we're seeing issues. And so we'll communicate more to the full board as that moves along. At least that's what would be my expectation. On the 19th, I sat in a session talking about strategic plan and good governance discussions. I think all the supervisors are going to be involved with one of those. So I thought that was a good step forward. I think we got a great consultant on board and some good dialogue to come, and we'll address things in a sequence of events. On the 19th, also, we had the monthly Pioneer Community Energy meeting. A lot of good discussion there. As Mark Riffey mentioned, the significant discount this year, and that's due to the fact that the PCIA, which was the surcharge for PG&E, basically to terminate contracts they had for power generation that they've got the PUC to agree to for several years. They're no longer passing that full PCIA along to the El Dorado County or Placer County constituents that are part of Pioneer. So that results in about a 19% savings starting in 2023. If that isn't significant, I don't know what is. We've had savings of 6 to 7% in the 2022 timeframe. So it's definitely moving in the right direction. And so I wanted to just make sure we emphasize what Mark's message was. Anybody can join whenever they want, but now is the time to get on board if you haven't yet, because I think the future savings will be even more significant as we get into 2024 and other things with our strategic planning we put together on Pioneer. And then on the 23rd, Lori and I had a Chili Bar ad hoc committee meeting. We talked about the RFI, RFP process and what we may do there, and there'll be more information coming out on that, but we do have a plan that we work with staff to try to make some next steps, decisions on where we go with it. And that's the end of my report.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Heidel. Supervisor Lee. Well, I'm still getting my feet on the ground. So with my understanding of the two from is if you're sitting on a committee and representing the county and there's information that's pertinent to all the members knowing about it, that we share it. Yes, I have nothing.
All right. But like you said, that doesn't mean you were not hard at working with a myriad number of activities that are perhaps more district focused.
Well, and if you'll allow me to just say so here, I publicly want to thank the clerk of the board and her staff, because they have just they've been holding my hand throughout the whole process and getting not only one office up and running, but two.
That's true.
It's been quite an effort. And so thank you for all of the attention you've given us. Also a shout out to the Department of Transportation, both the local DOT up in the basin, as well as the department down here, have been so supportive and responsive to that ongoing storm as it was rolling out. And I just really appreciated that. I promise never to abuse that, but we did have some public safety issues that needed quick responses, and we got it. So big thank you to them. And then, of course, the CAO's office. Mr. Ashton has introduced me to many, or if not all, of the departments at this point, and sat with me through all of those meetings, hours of getting me oriented and my feet on the ground. And I know he didn't have the time. But I really appreciate that he did that. So big thank you to the county in general for helping me get acclimated.
And I just have to say on behalf of the board, I'm just so impressed with how quickly you are acclimating yourself to county government and jumping into this role. You're doing an amazing job. That for those of you who haven't sat in the seat, there's just such a heavy lift in understanding the complexities of county government. And you were just doing a marvelous job, and really appreciate your dedication, not only to your district, but to the county as a whole.
We have a good team around us.
We do. And I'll be very brief. Ranch marketing workshop was already articulated. I'd like to thank Supervisor Parlin for working with me on that. I think my main takeaway to the workshop, and everyone showed up in-house, and there was no one online. So this boardroom was pretty packed, and that made for a really robust discussion. And I appreciated the community for coming out and working through this with us. My takeaway is that there's still a lot of confusion in terms of what we did, what we didn't do, and what the proposed changes really mean. And I know the community is kind of working through that now again, and I look forward to the Ag Commission, which I think that's next week, early in February, 8th, yes. And that will be a big meeting where the community will be coming forward with any of their concerns and suggestions for that. So I look forward to that. Attended SACOG last week, which is the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, and I am the board's rep on that. As though many of you who serve on our Transportation Commission are aware of, that the Federal Highway issued a correction action last year to us, saying that we've been getting a direct allocation of funds to the county, which then we've put towards projects. And they were saying that is Caltrans is, the federal government was saying that Caltrans allocation to us is outside of federal guidelines. And so our staff, EDCTC, the El Dorado County Transportation Commission, working in conjunction with SAGHOG, has been working to address those concerns. And it's been a heavy lift. We're getting close to an agreement, and I want to articulate to this board that what the protocol that is being developed is where we can retain our local voice in terms of priority transportation projects that are funded with SAGHOG oversight per federal guidelines. And so just stay tuned for that. This will come through the El Dorado County Transportation Commission, which I know all four of us sit on as far as the West Slope. So just wanted you to pay attention. We're getting close to a workable solution. And there's a new committee that is being formed at SAGHOG that will be on the funding protocols at the SAGHOG level. And I am going to be on that board, on that working group. So that committee, which I think is really important in making sure that this new way of doing business is going to work for all of the partners, and that El Dorado County, retains funding for our projects. So that's going to be really important. So stay tuned on that. As the board chair, I now have the privilege of attending situational calls from the governor's office on emergency situations. So Supervisor Parlin, thank you for linking me to the governor's office. And I attended my first situational call last Friday. And now that the storms are done, which is wonderful until February a little bit, there wasn't much on the call, but we had an opportunity to hear what's happening across the state. And we do have a chance to ask questions, and recognizing that El Dorado County has not been approved for FEMA funds per the level of just a damage in our county. I believe we are still under consideration, although I'm not quite sure, but that doesn't do a lot of good for those residents that have been hit hard with storm damage. I know of several residents that have lost their homes and that don't have flood insurance because they can only qualify for the California Fair Plan, which makes it incredibly difficult. And I had the opportunity to ask that question as to what resources are available to those residents whose only option is a fair plan and don't have that. And I knew the answer, but once again, I wanted to raise the voice of El Dorado County at a state level and was able to ask that question. And once again, you have to be approved, per your damage, if you qualify for FEMA funding. And I knew that. But hopefully, if we are still in consideration, I wanted them to take another look at us for those residents that have lost everything or sustained severe damages in this flood storms. So more on that. Attended a food distribution event last Thursday per Feed El Dorado and supported by the local Placerville Kiwanis Club and other community volunteers that are monthly at the theater on Placerville Drive. It was a wonderful event. We were there for 4 hours and served a lot of people. So as you say, Supervisor Turnbull, there are so many different efforts that are meeting really critical needs in our community. And the people that came through, it was really a privilege to talk with them and see the breadth of need out there and all the ways that those are being served. And then finally, I attended a meeting last week. They had a third Highway 50 meeting on addressing the trip to green, which was our pilot program last year about leaving all the stoplights on Highway 50 to green, cutting off the side streets to see if during times of certainly emergencies, but also times of heavy traffic impact, whether folks are going to Tahoe or going to the Apple Hill region during harvest season, if that is a workable solution. And what is coming forward from this pilot program is they unveiled the three different, we're looking at perhaps a overpass on Highway 50 that's a toll road. They're looking at a permanent trip to green where you invest in infrastructure that you can trigger and keep the traffic free flowing, or do nothing. And so far, and once again, stay tuned, but the public sentiment was that they were interested in exploring a more permanent trip to green and not the overpass. The overpass is, the cost of that would be $200 to $300 million right now. It would be done 20 years from now, which is stupid. And right now, if we were to toll it, the projected revenue on that would be $1.8 million. $1.8 million a year does not pay back a $300 million overpass 20 years from now. The permanent trip to green is several $1 million to get all the infrastructure and the technology to do that. But if we were to toll that, it could be up to $1.8 million a year in revenue for that. So that's a much more workable solution. Now, if they were to do that, where there was talk on, you'd have to figure a way for local residents to not be told. And there's ways to do that. So I just wanted to, those conversations are ongoing and more to come, but I think we're whittling it down. So that's my report now. So CAO's office, Tiffany, it's been nice to have you with us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. To add to your comments regarding the recent storms. So wanted to verify with everyone that the county's Emergency Operations Center has officially been deactivated. And to add to your statement regarding the president's major disaster declaration, which includes the option for individual assistance from FEMA, you're correct. We did not receive that. However, the county is requesting the state include El Dorado County in the presidential major disaster declaration, which includes both public and individual assistance. So more to come there. And the Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services is sending a letter to Cal OES requesting application for the California Disaster Declaration Act for those who responded to the storm and suffered damages.
Great. That's good news.
Yes.
Good. Appreciate all their
I got to go
efforts.
back. I just want to give you some news. Kevin Kiley called me yesterday and he's back in Washington, DC, and he's speaking with the president personally today. And I sent him my fire map and also the video of News 10 put together to try to get the overturn the decision by FEMA for the residents in Grizzly Flat. So he's working on that. So I think that's pretty awesome.
Good.
He's trying to do whatever he can to help, and he really appreciates, that what I've given him, and stuff, and he thinks he can work with that. Also, he's going to discuss the flooding issue in El Dorado County too, and see what we can do to get some support there. So
Excellent.
thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks to Kevin Kiley. So.
Excellent. All right. So with that, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 42 and 43 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time. Although Kim, I think, were you supposed to read that? No. Okay, I'm sorry.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
And County Council, are we expecting a report out?
No, I do not.
All right. So with that, thank you all for being with us, and we will now recess to closed session.